Good afternoon, everyone. It's 3 o'clock, and we'd like to thank everyone for coming. Let the record show that all council members are present except Council Member Alvarez, I gotta sign that, and Council Member Cobb, which she is en route. We will start off with the invocation. Mr. Smith, would you please do the invocation? And Councilwoman Gonzalez, you have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let's all bow our heads, please. Thank you, Lord, for allowing us to attend this council meeting. I think most of us know the Lord's Prayer. Part of it says, "Say, thy will be done." Not my will, not your will, but God's will. Just think how much better our lives would be if we followed that.
Amen.
The prayer also says, "Forgive our trespasses and forgive those who trespass against us." Again, if we follow this, how much better our life will be. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let the record show that all council members are present. Councilmember Cobb and also Councilmember Alvarez. Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you, Councilwoman Gonzalez. The approval of the agenda. Councilmember Solomon.
Madam Mayor, so moved.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
I second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary, the Colleen Star Award, Councilmember Gonzalez.
PR 26003 Clean Star Award.
Thank you so much, Brett. Thank you all once again for coming out this afternoon. The Star Award is a very significant award for an individual, he or she, that may go beyond to make a difference in the city of Killeen and not asking for anything in return. This individual, he or she, give of themselves to make a positive impact, not only on the city, but on individual residents that live here. And for that, we are grateful and we are thankful. This month, Councilwoman Gonzalez has the honor of honoring that significant person. Thank you.
Thank you all for being out here today in attendance with us. Before I invite this gentleman up that we're going to honor today, I just want you to know that he could have gone anywhere. The map of the world lay open, bright cities, quiet coasts, places that would ask nothing of him. But he came back. Back to the streets he knew his footsteps, back to the city where he once stood optimistically believing knowledge could change a life. He returned not because it was easy, but because it mattered. You must understand that he grew up during a time when he saw a city pulling at its seams, voices raised, patience thin, and Jim's crows were flying all around. and the tempting language of blame floating just within reach. One could cower, one could be bitter, but he chose something much, much harder. He rolled up his sleeves and he began to impart the positive, supportive, creative world knowledge that he gained to our once small town. He purposed himself to live in this place and to leave this place a bit better than when he was introduced into it. He reminded us that together we could achieve more. Instead of being angry, he got motivated. He picked up his books. He placed them on shelves for all to see. He began to build. He hosted poetry nights and seminars, support and motivation classes for people and children at one time just like me. He provided a safe place for us all. Not perfect, but purposeful. He listened, he connected, and he's back. He reconnected. He reminded us that unity is not loud, but steady. Book by book, conversation by conversation, he worked with hope as his blueprint, believing that this place we all call home could be good, healthy, and a productive place for everyone. Today we honor not just what he has done, but the choice that he has made to come home and help us be better together. If you'll join me in welcoming Mr. Babatunde Bernard Jones to the microphone. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
Group this together.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're here, right? Greetings, greetings. What an honor, truly an honor. First and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Nash and the city council members for the warm welcome and the invitation to be here with you today. I never anticipated receiving an award for my service, as recognition was not my motivation. However, it's truly an honor and deeply gratifying to be acknowledged in this way. I must also thank City Council member Jessica Gonzalez for her introduction of me. It was so well articulated that there's nothing for me to say. It was beautiful. However, I thank you so much, okay, for nominating me for this award. I truly appreciate the recognition and your thoughtfulness. It means a great deal to me, and I'm grateful for your support.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I also would like to acknowledge those who came out today on, on my behalf to support me. Your presence truly means more to me than I can express. I sincerely appreciate each of you and your encouragement. It's an honor also, as I said again, to be here and share my thoughts in accepting this prestigious award. After being back in Killeen for the past 18 months, it's been a pleasure to be back in the community I love and respect so much after being gone for 14 years. My most productive and adult years were spent here in Killeen, serving the African American community in Killeen and the surrounding areas. I'm very thankful for reconnecting with the community and serving in meaningful ways. Thank you for the opportunities to do so. In closing, I accept the City Council Star Award with sincere gratitude and humility. Serving has always been my purpose, and this honor truly validates it. This award motivates me to continue serving the Killeen community and the surrounding areas with commitment, integrity, and love. Again, I thank you for embracing me and participating. And remember, to whom you give your money is to whom you give your power. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, communication team, Brett, and everyone upstairs. Thank you for all you do to make this event a success. Once again, Councilwoman Gonzalez, thank you for presenting that Star Award to a deserving person, and thank everyone that came out to support him. We will now go into our work session. Discuss agenda items 2 through 20 for the January 20th, 2026 regular session. No actions until regular session. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
LMN 26004, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of December 9th, 2025. LMN 26005, consider minutes of special city council meeting of December 19th, 2025. RS 26013, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Park Hill for the design of trailhead amenities at Purser Heritage Hike and Bike Trail in the amount of $317,800.
Thank you. Council, we have a long agenda tonight. We're going to stay focused on task and on point to ensure that this meeting goes smoothly and that we get to hear everything that's being said. Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
We're here to discuss the design services of Purser Heritage Hike and Bike Trail. April 15th, 2025, the City Council allocated $2.15 for the design services and construction of trailhead amenities for Purser Heritage Hike and Bike Trail. The Killeen Parks and its open space master plan includes recommendation PR 13, which identifies opportunities to fund and construct the additional neighborhood scale park amenities originally conceptualized for Purser Heritage Hike and Bike Trail. Advertised Sunday, the 31st of August and 7th of September, Killeen Daily Herald and OpenGov. The deadline for submission was September 17th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Proposals were unsealed on September 17th, 2025 at 4 p.m. Thorough review of 6 submissions and evaluations were completed by staff from Engineering, Parks and Recreation, and the City Manager's Office. The submissions were scored based on company profile and qualifications, project team and experience, technical approach and methodology, schedule, deliverables, and work plan. After careful consideration, Parker Hill scored the highest for their proposal. The consultant service will include design and construction administration services, community engagement, design playgrounds, splash pad and restroom, ensure ADA compliance and ease of access, preparation of bid documents, and management of contractor inquiries. The total cost of the design service is $317,800. $2.15 million in a CO bond funding was allocated for the estimated total project cost. Estimated timeline, design phase would be January 2026 through July 2026. Bidding phase, July 2026 through August 26. Construction phase, August 26 through April 2027. Staff recommends that council approve the agreement with Parker Hill for the design of trailhead amenities for Purser Heritage Hike and Bike Trail. You have any questions?
Thank you, sir. There are no questions of you. Madam Secretary.
RS 26014, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a letter of agreement with Pump Solutions Incorporated for removal and installation of 6 submersible chopper pumps at lift stations number 21, 22, and 24 in the amount of $227,857.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll.
Good afternoon.
Thank you,
Madam
sir,
Mayor.
for everything you're doing in the absence of Mr. Reynolds. Hopefully you'll take on that charge, keep that position, but that's just my opinion. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Today we have the replacement pumps for lift stations number 21, 22, and 24. A little bit of background. Pumps have a life cycle of 10 to 20 years, are made up of many different parts that are critical to our water and wastewater infrastructure system. In January 2025, staff advertised for a multi-year bid for pump replacements at 12 lift stations and 2 pump stations. Review of the bid, one response showed that the specifications in the bid packet were not quoted as specified. On March 18, 2025, City Council approved the rejection of the one response bid 25-16 multi-pump replacements. 2 lift stations and 1 pump station had pumps replaced in FY25 utilizing cooperative contracts, and all other lift stations will be replaced between FY26 and FY28. October 14, 2025, staff received a quote for replacement pumps and installation of 6 submersible chopper pumps, 2 at each of the locations below, from Pump Solutions Inc., in the amount of $227,857, utilizing the contract through the Interlocal Purchasing System, TIPS. Lift Station 21 was constructed in 2005, Lift Station 22 was constructed in 2010, and Lift Station 24 was constructed in 2005. 2 of these lift stations, as you can see, are already 20 years. The other one is 15. This is the picture of the new pumps with the chopper blade. The chopper blade is what we're going to, because people tend to flush a lot of different objects. Don't know how it goes into the pipes, but gets into our system. With this new chopper blade, it finally cuts it up, so it gets through our system a lot easier. Recommendation, City Council authorize the city manager or designee to execute a letter of agreement with Pump Solutions, Inc., utilizing the purchase cooperative TIPS contract in the amount of $227,857, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute any and all change orders within the amount set by the state and local law. I am here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
RS 26015, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with Central Texas Alcohol Rehabilitation Center for substance use disorder counseling and treatment services in the amount of $132,723.69.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. McNair.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This program responds to recommendations outlined in the Homeless and Mental Health Strategic Plan for intensive mental health and substance use disorder treatment. The treatment includes counseling and comprehensive wraparound services to prepare individuals for long-term self-sufficiency and independence, and it is instrumental in assisting individuals exit homelessness in Killeen. Our funding source is the Texas Opioid Abatement Settlement, and we may utilize the funds to address substance use disorder, also known as SUD. Funds are dispersed periodically with the amount determined by the state. So far, the city of Killeen has received $358,453. Our total award for the state, according to the Texas Settlement allocation term, is $535,650. So there's $177,000 approximately that remains for disbursement from the state. The proposed agreement is with Syntex ARC, who has been our partner for the previous funds spent. We propose to enter into a new agreement with them for this fiscal year for $132,723.69, and that's the balance of what we have received currently from the state. $225,729.31 was expended through the previous agreement and the following amendments. So the funding will support 2 scholarship beds for an initial term of up to 100 days. The treatment term may be extended with additional days up to 45 with city approval if it is determined that the extension will provide adequate supportive services and aid in the permanent housing of the participant. Staff recommends that council authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into an agreement with Syntex Arc in the amount of $132,723.69.
Thank you. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
RS 26016, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the procurement of a tactical robot from iCore Technology in the amount of $149,144.28 and amending the existing Axon contract with technology upgrades in the amount of $300,387.60.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to present this piece of equipment that we need in the police department. The Killeen Police Department is seeking approval to purchase a tactical SWAT robot and to replace and modernize existing SWAT and patrol drones. The following slides will outline the operational needs for these upgrades and the public safety benefits they provide to officers and the community. Since 2020, the Killeen Police Department Tactical Response Unit responded to 201 SWAT activations, including 44 callouts, 108 search warrants, and 49 assists to other agencies, with these incidents typically involving barricaded suspects, armed individuals, and potential hostage situations, making the enhancement of tactical robots and indoor drone capabilities critical to reducing risks to officers, suspects, and the public. KPD must enhance its tactical robotics and indoor drone capabilities to safely manage high-risk incidents while minimizing the potential harm to officers, suspects, and the public. The benefits: remote entry using a SWAT robot allows officers to assess threats, clear hazards, and gather critical intelligence from inside a structure while significantly reducing the risk of injury or loss of life to personnel. The second benefit is real-time video from SWAT robots and drones provide immediate situational awareness, enabling informed tactical decisions while minimizing risk to officers. And last benefit is integration with the Real-Time Crime Center allows live video and data to be shared with command staff and analysts, improving coordination, decision-making, and overall incident management. Now I'm going to talk about the SWAT and patrol drone benefits. Upgrading patrol and SWAT drones provide the following benefits. It enhances real-time situational awareness through improved cameras, sensors, and flight capabilities, allowing officers to make faster and better informed tactical decisions. It also improves officer safety and operational efficiency by reducing the need for direct physical exposure during high-risk incidents, searches, and critical responses. National best standard practices for SWAT robots and drones emphasize integrated advanced remote systems to enhance officer safety, improve real-time intelligence gathering, support de-escalation, and ensure transparent and accountable operations in high-risk and critical incidents. The International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Texas Police Chiefs Association, both support robotics integration in police departments, and currently KPD is below the national technology standards. The benefits to the citizens: it increases public safety by enabling officers to resolve high-risk incidents more quickly and safely, reducing the likelihood of injuries to civilians, officers, and suspects. It enhances transparency and accountability through improved real-time video and documentation, allowing incidents to be managed with greater precision and minimal disruption to the community. The Killeen Police Department has a clear obligation and demonstrated need to modernize its response capabilities for high-risk incidents. The financial impact: funding for this project is secured in part by using previously approved CIP funds for the KPD RMS Needs project, which will go live on March 31st. The iCore technology expenses will be funded using previously approved CIP funds allocated for the RMS Needs project, with iCore technology qualifying as a GSA vendor, eliminating the need for a three-quote competitive bid. The quote reflects a one-time cost of $149,144.28 and includes a 3-year extended warranty. The Axon purchase will require an amendment to the 6- and 8-year contract, increasing the total contract value by $300,387.60 over a 5-year period, incorporating the current individual Axon contracts for tasers and fuses with a year one cost of $137,000.23 and $23.92, and annual cost of $40,840.92 for years 2 through 5 to be funded through the Police Department General Fund. And that's a breakdown of the purchases and contract. And staff recommends authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the purchase with iCall Technology in the amount of $149,144.28, and to amend the Axon Enterprise Incorporated contract in the amount of $137,023.92, with subsequent amounts, annual costs of $40,840.92 through fiscal year 2030. Additionally, staff recommends authorizing the city manager or designee to execute any change orders within the limits established by the state and local law. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chief Lopez, thank you for taking the charge to bring this to us as soon as possible. Council, this asking for a robot, as you know, is a must for Save a Life. So thank you all for supporting this initiative. Thank you, Chief.
Madam Mayor, I believe Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
All right, quick question, Chief. I know we've used the drones in support of fire. Is this from I-Corps capable of the same?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
We plan to use this resource, the robot and the drones, for any agency, FD, or another police department that's going to request assistance from us. As you can recall, we had 44 real-time assists with other smaller agencies around here, so we're willing to help out anybody.
And that was my second question. The agreements we have would include this now. And is there necessary to recoup costs if that?
No,
No.
those MOUs, it all depends on how the MOU is structured. I have to look back and see how they are structured. I don't recall right now. I know we have MOUs with the local agencies, Harker Heights, Nolanville, Carpers Cove, and Belton. I think that's a no-cost MOU, so we would provide that services.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. Zagers has the next 4 items, and I will read them all into the record.
Yes, ma'am.
RS 26017, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with Bell County for the bidding and construction of traffic signals along Chaparral Road. RS 26018, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an advance funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation for the Rancier project. RS 26019, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a letter of agreement with NC2 Form Technologies LLC for sewer replacement on Condor Street in the amount of $124,245. And RS 26020, consider a memorandum resolution approving the purchase of real property at 108 West Jasper Road from the Killeen Independent School District for Killeen Fire Department facilities in the amount of $803,000.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, Mr. Zagers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow council members. So with the first item that was read, this is the interlocal agreement with Bell County to install traffic signals along Chaparral Road. And this is at the intersections of Featherline and then in front of the high school. So a little bit of history on this whole project. We all know on July 23rd, 2019, that's when the City Council adopted the 2020-2024 CIP program, which included the Chaparral Road improvements. On September 20th, 2022, the city, Bell County, and Harker Heights entered into an interlocal agreement for that project. Now, since then, and mainly last year, we had a lot of issues, a lot of concerns in regard to Featherline. So a lot of those concerns were raised by the residents, especially at Chaparral Road at the intersection and then with the opening of the new high school. So Bell County, they hired a consultant to perform a traffic study at those 2 intersections and found that they needed to do some improvements. So the study did show that there is a current need for traffic signals at those 2 locations, and especially at the peak hour of the morning and the afternoon when the school goes in, gets the students there and then back. The county currently has no engineer, and they don't have any staff that maintains any signals because they don't have any. They mainly just do signs. So they reached out to us, and knowing that with this project, We maintain signals, we have the crews, we have the staff. These eventually will be our roadway, and these signals will be turned over to us. They reached out to us for assistance. So the city will, with this agreement, the city, we would bid the project and we would do the construction management with our staff, making sure that the signals that are getting built, which are already been designed, meets our specifications, meets the requirements of all the equipment that we maintain and follows our standards. And then once it's constructed, our crews will maintain the traffic signals. County would reimburse the city for those costs associated to all the construction, if we have to relocate any of the utilities for it, anything related to that construction of those signals. And then, of course, they've already paid for the design. And then once constructed, the city again will take ownership of the signals and we'll maintain them. Here's a location of where the two signals are at the end of Featherline and also right there by the high school. And then recommendation is for council to approve the LA.
Thank you so much. There are no questions of you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this item is an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT for Rancier, and this is an association to the grant that we received through K-Tempo. The city applied for a grant through the Clean Temple Municipal Planning Organization grant for a Rancier project. I believe it was in 2019, but we did get approved. It was in the amount of $3,476,900, of which $2,592,000 is paid as a federal grant. 2023 is when our CIP included the design for Rancier. Obviously, our scope is bigger than when this grant application was first awarded. When it was applied for, it was really supposed to be just for a 6-foot sidewalk from 195 over to W.S. Young. As we all know, our project's a lot bigger. It goes all the way to 10th. Project is currently in its final design, which was approved by council, and we expect to be completed with the design in 2028 and go out for bid for the first phase. This advanced funding agreement is between TxDOT and the City of Killeen. It's based on that initial grant application, and then once we have it agreed upon, we could always amend it after execution, working through the K-Tempo group to see if we can get more funds. City will work with K-Tempo and TxDOT. We have to update the scope and the cost in regard to the project as it is on the tip, which is being done. And then the city will continue to seek advanced grant funding for this project. There's, again, the project limits of the Rancier project from 195 up to North 38th Street. And then, again, staff recommends approval for the AFA agreement.
Sir, thank you. There are no questions.
Okay, so this presentation is for the Condor sewer replacement. So a little bit of background, there's a 6-inch sanitary sewer line that serves 15 homes between 811 and 911 Condor Street. It is in disrepair and in need of replacement. Our city crews went out there and tried to maintain and look at the main and see if there was some work that they can do, but they've found that this line does need to be replaced, and it's above the capabilities that they can do at this time. So we reached out to In Situ Forum and a couple other projects to get a grant or get a cost. In Situ Forum is in town. They're currently working on our water main rehab project. They have done a lot of this, so we're looking to replace this with a pipe bursting methodology, which is something that they have thousands of miles of experience in. So we went through a local purchase cooperative contract, the co-op, negotiated with them, and this is in the amount of $124,245 to replace that 580 feet of that 6-inch sewer main, and then reconnect all the sewer services to those homes. This is the location of where it is. It's actually in the backyard easement of all those properties. And then recommendation is to authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with In Situ Forum.
Thank you, sir. This is a desperate need. So once council vote on this, and hopefully they vote in favor of this, for the residents that live there. When can we start on this project?
I believe it will be quickly. I haven't been, Steve is actually in my office, is the one who's been negotiating this, but they are in town, so this is something they should be able to act on very quickly, hopefully within a month.
'Cause
Get
the-
out there and do this. Pipe bursting is pretty easy. You start at one end,
Right.
to the other end, and pull it through.
We use this method a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and how long would it be downtown time for the residents that this will have an effect on the 15 homes?
Typically, they can pipe burst that whole length in one day, and it's a
Okay.
matter of excavating and reconnecting all the services, or
Okay.
depending on the size, if they have the tools, they can get it done within a couple days.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, the last item I have right now is for the land purchase for the Bel Air property, Bel Air School property from KISD, and this is for a new fire station number 5. So last year in City Council, they approved $9 million in funding to go to the new fire station number 5 in the 2026 budget, and was part of that 2025 bond. That existing station that is out there on Jasper, right next to the Water and Sewer Department, is undersized and is in need of replacement. The new station, we're looking across the street, will be larger. We're looking at a 4-bay to house the vehicles and kind of incorporate everything that the fire department's looking for that area. The new station will also help our overall response times, maintain the city's insurance service organization, ISO rating, and add much-needed resources to the fire department. The property is located at 108 Jasper Road. I think everyone knows, on the corner there at Jasper, right off I-14. It is the old elementary school. And we looked at that and was considered to be a very good location. One, the proximity to the existing fire station number 5 across the street. Topography, it's a really flat property. Obviously, we know that there's something on it. And then the size, which is 5.9 acres, is enough to house the fire station, also looking at the existing gym and whatever else that the fire station needs to do. Location, this is the location in the box is where the property is. The dot is where the existing fire station number 5 is. This is an aerial map showing 5.9 acres. And where the school is, the bottom little box is where that gym is. We're looking at the area in red to be the fire station number 5 site. And then we're looking at eventually demoing the existing school. We'll do a future request to switch it to commercial, and then we can determine what the needs are for that later. Again, this is the zoning map. It does meet the zoning requirements for a fire station. That was confirmed. And the financial impact, the land purchase of the property is in the amount of $803,000. The appraisal was completed, and both parties did agree in the valuation. There was considerations with the existing building and demolition in that whole process. Demolition costs were removed from the appraisal to lower it down to $803,000, and then the full amount is within the budget of the project. Our recommendation is to move forward with the purchase of the property.
Thank you, sir, and thank Chief Kabinski for everything they do for our first responders. Thank you. There's no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 26021, consider a memorandum resolution accepting the resignation of Councilmember at-large Jose Segarra and discuss and consider the appointment process.
Thank you. Mr. Cagle.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor and Council. We don't have a presentation on this, but as you know, we received the letter and Councilmember Segarra signed up to run, so he's immediately resigned. This resolution is to accept that resignation, but also to discuss how you want to go about replacing him. It's greater than 90 days from the election, and the charter says you shall replace him. Replace that, if it's one position, that you shall replace it. So if nothing else, if no one else resigns before you appoint that position, the charter says you need to go ahead and fill this. So you might want to discuss how you want to do it. I would suggest that we do it fairly quickly and perhaps have a special meeting next week if you want to go that route, or within 2 weeks, because we expect to call elections on the first meeting in February, and the last date that you have to call a special election would be February 13th. So
Correct.
time is running out. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So, Mr. Cagle, can we not have it on 2 o'clock prior to our council meeting, 2 weeks? And the same process we used last time. We put the application online, we advertised it, and we took application, we went through the process, and then we called people in for interview.
Yes,
It's the
ma'am.
same, it's nothing changed, it's the same process, just the date we need.
You can do that.
Council, what about 2 o'clock prior to our council meeting at 2? That's the 20th, if I'm not that's not the 20th.
February 3rd.
I'm waiting on her. Or do y'all, is that okay, Councilwoman? Okay, everybody, okay? So we'll do it on February the 3rd at 2 o'clock.
I do think we need to do it earlier, because isn't that within the 90-day period? At that
Mr.
point?
Cagle,
Well, the vacancy occurred.
right, that's
Okay.
vacancy. We have until February 13th, if I heard you correctly.
Well, yes, ma'am. And it just depends, as I said, if anyone else happens to resign.
Correct,
then you
we
would
don't
not-
control that anyway.
Yes, ma'am,
We'll
you're
have to
correct.
call an election. If another person stepped down, we have to call an election anyway. So it's February the 3rd, 2 o'clock. Any more discussion on this? All right, can I get a motion or direction?
When do we open the application for, though?
We'll open them up, starting, tomorrow. I mean, it's the same process and they have everything.
And then it closes when, just for the record?
We'll close, the day prior, or what day you want it, a week prior, a day prior? I think we should give them all the time they can for people to get the word out. So.
You want to close
council-
February 2nd?
February 2nd,
And then the interviews are conducted when?
the 3rd.
The 3rd. Okay,
Are you okay? Everybody okay?
I'm tracking.
Yes, ma'am, and I think if people want to apply, they should just go to the city secretary's office and fill out
That's the way-
a candidate application. Probably be the best way to do it.
So we'll start advertisement tomorrow, Mr. Kagan?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I get a motion or direction?
Just a quick question, madam. So in this case that we open up the applications.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they apply, we close it on the 2nd, we do the interviews on the 3rd, but should another person step down in that window, what happens then?
Then both positions
Special.
automatically go to ballot. Yes, ma'am. It'd be, yes, ma'am.
A special election.
Well, the current position, Councilmember Cigar is at large, so that's already up. But if a single member, if one of the single member districts resigned, then it's on the same ballot, it's just called a special election.
So basically, if any council member, other than that, because you have Councilmember Adams and you have Councilmember Alvarez, if they decide to run for mayor, and if one of them step down, it would still apply as if it was a district, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So can I get a motion or direction? Councilmember Kendrick. You can say it.
I move that we,
Motion or direction.
motion of direction that we go ahead and, set the date for February.
February 3rd for interviews.
And close out,
February
with
2nd.
2nd for the filling of the, at-large seat.
The at-large. Okay. Can I get a second to the, Councilmember Alvarez?
Second that motion.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion of direction to have, open up the application process, do the interviews on February 3rd, and the last day for applications is February the 2nd. The motion of direction carries 6-0. And that'll be at 2 o'clock, sir. Sarah, are you ready? Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
PH 26002. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts in multiple funds.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bonnie.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. City policy and the city charter allow council to amend the budget. This amendment reflects the standard year-end carry-forward process. It also includes a small number of previously approved adjustments. The required public hearing notice was published on January 15th. This slide covers the general fund carry-forward and includes 19 purchase orders from fiscal year 2025. The largest items include the Animal Services Crematorium, finance building renovations, and the fitness equipment for the Fire Department and Parks and Recreation. The remaining activity consists of smaller purchase orders across multiple departments, including ARPA-funded public safety mental health services. The total carry forward is $641,213, with $58,278 offset by ARPA revenue, and the difference coming from fund balance. This slide highlights the two non-carry-forward general fund items included in the amendment. The first allocates unspent PFC funding to support the grocery store initiative, and the second transfers the budgeted first-year cardiac monitor payment from the general fund to the governmental CIP fund to align with the approved financing structure. This slide reflects the governmental CIP activity related to that cardiac monitor purchase, recognizing the loan proceeds, capital outlay, and the first-year debt service per Resolution 25178R. This is the Water Impact Fee Fund, and it includes a carry forward for the professional services related to the approved impact fee update, which is still in progress. This slide reflects the program expenditures in the Opioid Abatement Settlement Fund, supported by previously received settlement revenue. It also includes a small carry forward of a prior year program activity. For the Home Program Grant Fund, this slide reflects the carry forward to allow projects to continue into 2026, and it also aligns the home budget with reconciled grant amounts. For the Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund, this includes carry forward for grants to the arts paid after the fiscal year end. This slide reflects the Law Enforcement Grant Fund and includes pass-through JAG grant funding for projects still in progress, fully offset by JAG revenue. This is the Police State Seizure Fund, and it reflects the carry forward for the second-year payment of the Flock Safety Camera System. For Aviation Fund and the next slide of Solid Waste, these are related to the same interim audit services for the prior fiscal year. So Aviation is 13.7 and the Solid Waste of 1,431. The Golf Course Fund includes a carry forward of 2 purchase orders for previously approved maintenance work at the golf course. And the Water and Sewer Fund includes carry forward of 2 purchase orders under the 5-year maintenance plan for water and sewer operations. This final slide summarizes the budget by fund category, showing the impact of the CIP role and the carry forward amendment. So you can see our adopted budget in this line. You've got revenues and expenditures. You can see the CIP role here in this line. And then what we're talking about today is the carry forward. And then you'll see the amended budget. And staff recommends approval of this item. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for doing an excellent job. No question. Madam Secretary.
PH 26003. hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Central Texas Land Development Services on behalf of Clear Creek Commercial Limited, flume number 2506, to amend the comprehensive plan's future land use map from a regional commercial designation to a residential mixed designation for approximately 1.81 acres out of T. Robinette Survey, abstract number 686. The subject property is locally addressed as 5201 West Stan Schluter Loop, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Mesher.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is a request to amend the future land use map for the property located at 5201 West Stan Schluter. The applicant's request is to change the designation of 1.81 acres from regional commercial to residential mix. If approved, the applicant intends to develop the property for residential use. The red star indicates the location of the subject property. On the left-hand side of your screen is the current future land use map designation of regional commercial, and on the right-hand side of your screen is the requested future land use map designation of residential mix. This is a view of the subject property facing north from West Stan Schluter. View of the adjacent property facing east. View of the adjacent property facing west. Subject property is located within the intended growth area on the growth sector map and designated regional commercial on the future land use map. Property is not impacted by any wetlands or riverine areas, and there's no evidence of environmental impediments at this time. We notified 10 surrounding property owners regarding this request. To date, we've received one written response in support. This is the notification boundary for this item. Property is currently undeveloped and has been zoned B5 since 2003. Staff finds that the subject property is not well suited for commercial development due to its limited visibility and is of the determination that the subject property is suitable for residential development. We are therefore recommending approval of the request as presented. The Planning and Zoning Commission on December 8th also recommended approval of the request by a vote of 4-0. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slides or the pictures? The next one. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I know we've, on other developments along there, TxDOT had an issue with commercial development. Is that why you came to that? I think you recommended.
I believe there was some discussion about driveway access from Stan Schluter. Commercial development could theoretically take access from Dayton Drive.
Right.
But again, given the limited visibility and the depth of the property, it's not a terrific location for commercial.
Right. And TxDOT in the past has said no.
I believe that's the case, yes, sir.
Thanks.
PH 26004, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates Incorporated on behalf of the Tietze Family Recovable Trust, case number Z2539, to rezone approximately .14 acres being part of Lot 8, Block 8, Marlboro Heights, revised from R1 Single Family Residential District to SF2 Single Family Residential District. The subject property is locally addressed as 802 Highland Avenue, Killeen, Texas.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This item is a request to rezone the property at 802 Highland Avenue from its current R1 designation to SF2. If approved, the applicant intends to construct a single-family home on the property. The current existing undeveloped lot is approximately 50 feet wide and therefore does not meet the minimum lot width requirements for R1, but it does conform to the SF2 standards. So in other words, in order to plat the property and therefore develop it, they need the SF2 designation in order to meet the minimum lot size requirements. The red star on your screen indicates the location of this property. This is an aerial of the site. As you can see, it's currently undeveloped. This is a view of the property from Highland Avenue, facing southwest on Highland and facing northeast. This is a view on the opposite side of Highland. Subject property is located within the neighborhood infill area on the gross sector map and designated neighborhood infill on the future land use map. We notified 47 surrounding property owners, and we did receive 2 written responses in opposition to the request, including one from the owner of 3 properties within the notification boundary. This is the notification map, as you can see here. Letters of opposition were received from these 4 adjacent property owners. Staff finds that the applicant's request is consistent with the recommendations outlined in the comprehensive plan, and we are recommending approval of the request as presented. The Planning and Zoning Commission on December 8th also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. Happy to answer any questions you have.
PH 26005. Hold a public hearing to consider an ordinance submitted by Dominic Vo on behalf of Hong Kim An Revocable Trust, case number Z2540, to rezone approximately 1.313 acres out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and Eugene Lussier Survey, abstract number 528, also known as part of Lot 16, Llewellyn Estates Number 3, unrecorded subdivision from B2 Local Retail District to B5 Business District. The subject property is locally addressed as 4801 Onion Road, Killeen, Texas.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This item is a request to rezone the property at 4801 Onion Road from B2 to B5. If approved, the applicant intends to develop the property for use as professional offices and/or salon suites. The red star indicates the location of this property. This is an aerial of the site. As you can see, it's located on the corner of East Stan Schlueter and Onion Road. This is a view of the subject property facing west from Onion Road. View from the subject property facing south, and view from the subject property facing north towards East Stan Schlueter Loop. And this is a view from the subject property facing east across Onion. Subject property is designated regional commercial on the future land use map and neighborhood infill on the growth sector map. We notified 14 surrounding property owners, and we received no written responses regarding this request. This is the notification boundary. As you can see, essentially everything around this property is already Zone B5. With that, staff finds that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we are therefore recommending approval. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request by a vote of 3-1, with Commissioner Cooper voting in opposition. She noted that B5 has a wide range of permitted uses and that the intended use of the property could be accomplished with a more restrictive zoning designation. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excuse me. So currently there's a house right there,
Yes, sir.
and so that's currently what's the term, legal non-conforming?
It's legal non-conforming.
Okay, so that's going to be an issue.
It's already legal non-conforming. It'll continue to be legal non-conforming until they reutilize it or get rid of it.
I asked that for clarification of a question that was asked me. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So where the development is right in front of Stan Schlueter and on the side of Onion Road?
Yes, ma'am, it's the hard
Okay.
corner.
All right. Thank you. Other than that, I don't think there's any other questions. All right, thank you. Madam she already read it. Madam Secretary?
PH 26006. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Central Texas Land Development Services on behalf of the Gary W. Purser Jr. 2000 Trust, case number Z2541, to rezone approximately 97.13 acres out of the Eugene Lussier Survey, abstract number 527, and the W.L. Harris Survey, abstract number 1155, from A, Agricultural District to R1, Single Family Residential District. The subject property is generally located north of the terminus of Yates Road, east of the terminus of Mohawk Drive, and south of the terminus of Imperial Eagle Drive, Killeen, Texas.
Mrs. Meshier?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This item is a request to rezone approximately 97 acres from A agricultural to R1. If approved, the applicant intends to develop the property for single-family residential development. Based on the applicant's preliminary concept plan, the subject property will yield approximately 365 single-family lots. The red star on your screen indicates the location of this property. This is an aerial of the subject property outlined in pink. You'll recall that this property was recently annexed into the city. This is a view of the subject property from Imperial Eagle Drive facing south. View from the subject property facing north on Imperial Eagle. View of the subject property from Yates Road facing north. View from the subject property facing south. This is the notification boundary for this property. We notified 123 surrounding properties regarding this request, and we did receive one written response in support. That response came from the developer of the adjacent Victory Ranch subdivision. Property is located within the controlled growth area on the growth sector map and designated traditional neighborhood on the future land use map. The traditional neighborhood place type encourages walkable development patterns with small lots, small setbacks, shorter blocks, diverse housing typologies, and a mix of uses. Staff notes that with the recent adoption of Senate Bill 15, the developer is entitled to develop this property into single-family lots as small as 3,000 square feet, which could potentially yield as many as 777 to 900 and something lots if it's developed in accordance with Senate Bill 15. The actual lot count, of course, will be determined during the platting phase and will vary based on subdivision design, infrastructure requirements, drainage, open space, et cetera. This slide is a reflection of the applicant's submitted preliminary concept plan superimposed on the existing surrounding development. So you can see here how the ingress and egress will work. There will be access from Mohawk through the subject property, as well as connectivity to the north. And a future collector will have subouts to both the east and west. Staff finds that the applicant's request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we're therefore recommending approval. Planning and zoning recommended approval by a vote of 3-1 with Commissioner Cooper in opposition. She noted concerns regarding the adequacy of ingress and egress. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Kendrick?
Yes. If we could, I believe that's slide 15. Go back to slide 15. In the southwest corner right there so that's gonna connect to Castle Gap and Mohawk, correct?
Yes, sir. So the city is, as you know, in the process of constructing that section of Mohawk. So the developer would be responsible for the portion of Mohawk within the boundary of the proposed development.
So on that same note, when you go up Castle Gap, will it connects to the backside there too?
No, there's currently no stub out from Castle Gap into the proposed subdivision. All of those lots, I believe, are already developed.
Right.
But there will be connection both to Mohawk, and then up here, you can see there's a stub out to the east and west for future connectivity if the property on either side is to develop. But there's no connection to the existing subdivision to the west into Castle Gap currently.
Okay. That's all I had.
Any other questions? Thank you. Madam Secretary.
PH 26007, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates Incorporated on behalf of Vincent Nguyen, case number Z2542, to rezone approximately .864 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, out of the Castor subdivision from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption. The subject property is locally addressed as 1417 West Stan Schluter Loop, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you. Mrs. Messer.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This item is a request for a conditional use permit to allow for the sale of alcohol for on-premise consumption for a property located at 1417 West Stan Schleter Loop. Approval of the applicant's request will allow for on-premise consumption of alcohol in conjunction with a nail salon, which is intended to serve both alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks. And if approved, alcohol service will, of course, be secondary to the primary use as a nail salon. Property is located within the intended growth area on the growth sector map and is designated regional commercial on the future land use map. Red star indicates the location of this property. This is an aerial of the subject property outlined in pink. This is a view of the property facing north from West Stan Schleter Loop. View from the subject property facing south, facing east, and facing west. We notified 14 surrounding property owners and we received no responses. This is the notification boundary. And staff is recommending approval of the request as presented. And the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
PH 26008, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Kevin Greenwood on behalf of Highland Development Corporation Incorporated, case number Z2543, to rezone approximately .13 acres, being a portion of Lot 1, Block 1, Highland Commercial Subdivision, Phase 3, from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption. The subject property is locally addressed as 1100 West Jasper Drive, Killeen, Texas.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This is also a request for a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premise consumption. This property is located at 1100 West Jasper. Approval of the request will allow for the sale of on-premise consumption in conjunction with an event center, which will serve, again, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, and the alcohol service will be secondary to the primary use as an event center. Property is located within the neighborhood infill area on the growth sector map and designated regional commercial on the future land use map. Red star indicates the location of this property. This is an aerial, so you can see it's on the southwest corner of West Jasper and Jennifer Drive. This is a view of the subject property from Jasper. View facing north across Jasper. View to the east. And view facing west. We notified 29 surrounding property owners. We did receive, in this case, 10 written responses in opposition to the request. 2 of those are from within the 200-foot notification boundary, and 6 are from within the 400-foot notification boundary, and 2 are from outside the notification boundary. There were no citizens that spoke in opposition during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. This is the notification boundary. As you can see here, the red stars indicate the opposition to this item. Sorry, the yellow stars indicate opposition. Staff is recommending approval of the request as presented, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. Okay.
Madam Secretary.
PH 26009, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Republic Engineering and Development Services on behalf of 5011 Cunningham Road, Killeen, LLC, case number Z2537, to rezone approximately 15.3 acres out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and part of lots 71 and 72 and all of lots 73 and 74 out of Llewellyn Estates number 3 from A Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are located along Love Spur, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you. Mrs. Messer.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Mayor and Council, this item is a request to rezone approximately 15 acres on the west side of Cunningham Road from its current A Agricultural District to R1 Single Family. The applicant's intent is to develop the subject property for residential use. A little bit of background or case history on this item. You've seen this property before. In January of last year, the applicant submitted a request to rezone the property rezone the entirety of the property from A and R1 to a PUD. The proposed PUD contemplated 80 dwelling units on a single lot with shared open space amenity. That item was recommended for disapproval by P&Z in February and denied by council in May. Subsequently, the applicant submitted a request for R1 on May 27th of last year. That item was recommended for disapproval by P&Z and was withdrawn by the applicant in June. And this case that's before you tonight is also a request for R1, which was submitted on October 27th. Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances states that when a zoning petition fails to be approved by council, the same petition may not be resubmitted for a period of 12 months from the date of such failure. In this case, if a zoning request is withdrawn by the applicant prior to being acted upon by City Council, the section doesn't apply and the applicant may resubmit the same request within the 1-year period. So, the red star indicates the location of the property. This is an aerial of showing the subject property. This is a view from Cunningham facing west. View of the subject property facing south, facing north. Property is within the controlled growth area on the growth sector map and designated residential mix on the future land use map. We notified 49 surrounding property owners regarding this request. To date, we have received 3 written responses in opposition, as well as a petition signed by the owners of 25 surrounding properties. 6 people spoke in opposition to the request during the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. This is the notification boundary. As you can see, the responses received are indicated with yellow stars. During their 89th regular session, the Texas legislature, as you know, adopted House Bill 24, which amended the protest requirements for a proposed zoning change, and that this change became effective on September 1st. Local government code now states that if a zoning request has the effect of allowing more residential development than the existing zoning regulation or district boundary, a simple majority vote by the governing body is required for approval, regardless of the amount of opposition. So in this case, we've determined that the opposition constitutes 58.028% of the 200-foot notification boundary. Per Chapter 31, a protest must be delivered by noon on the day of the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. So based on all of this, the approval of this request will require the simple majority vote of the City Council. For reference, this is the calculation on that 58.028% of opposition. The applicant has indicated that development of the entire 22.5-acre property into typical 60-foot residential lots will yield approximately 80 single-family lots. Based on this number, parkland dedication requirements would total roughly $96,000. Staff also notes that per Chapter 211 of the Local Government Code, the city may not adopt or enforce an ordinance requiring a residential lot that will be platted and located in an area for single-family homes to be larger than 3,000 square feet or wider than 30 feet. Staff estimates that development in accordance with the small lot provisions could yield 8 to 10 units per acre, or as many as 180 to 225 lots theoretically. And of course, the actual lot count will be determined during the platting phase and will vary based on subdivision design, infrastructure requirements, drainage, detention capacity, open space, et cetera. So with that, the council tonight has 3 alternatives. You can disapprove the applicant's request, approve a more restrictive zoning designation, i.e. AR1, SR2, or SR1, or you can approve the applicant's request for R1 as presented. So just for reference, the AR1 Agricultural Single Family Residential District has a minimum lot size of 1 acre and a minimum lot width of 100 feet. SR2 has a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet and a minimum lot width of 90 feet. SR1 has a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet and a minimum lot width of 70 feet. With that, staff finds that the applicant's request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we're therefore recommending approval of R1. The Planning and Zoning Commission on December 8th recommended approval of SR1 by a vote of 4-0. SR1, as I said, has a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet and a minimum lot width of 70 feet. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Whether we go with, if we were to go to R1 or SR1, we're still limited by the state on the requirements.
Yes, sir.
And I know it's not a discussion for this meeting, but does that essentially negate the ordinance? I mean, negate the previous ordinance regarding zoning? And I don't want to go into further detail, but that affects how this happens, whether we agree with the applicant and your recommendation or the applicant, or the P and Z recommendation.
Essentially, with Senate Bill 15, rezoning this property from agricultural to any residential zoning district would, in theory, allow them to develop lots as small as 3,000 square feet.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, again, what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem has said in terms of that, regardless of what we do, and the developer can agree now, but he actually can come back and build what he want to build, according to the state
Effectively, yes.
requirements now, regulations.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Solomon, I'm glad you mentioned that. The state. So it's not this city council, the state put that in place. And those are the consequences of what happens when the state puts something in place. People get upset with council and staff, but they didn't do anything wrong. They're following the state. And you're for this, Ms. Mesher, the city is. It's because he followed all the codes and...
The property is designated on the future land use map as a residential mix. So our recommendation for approval is based on consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So just for clarity, because there's a piece in there that was a little confusing for me. So if the state has made this recommendation, then what was the component that you mentioned about the majority vote and that whole process with the people that were in opposition of this? Can you clarify that part of the process for us and what that means for our constituents?
So the legislature did a couple of different things. One is that they changed the rules about lot size and lot density. They also made amendments with House Bill 24 to the requirements for protests. It used to be that 20% of the notification boundary, the 200-foot boundary, if 20% of the property owners were in opposition, that would trigger a 3/4 majority. The legislature changed that requirement, and it's now 60% for a protest. However, they also changed it that it does not trigger a supermajority. In other words, no amount of opposition, whether it's 10, 20, 60, 100, would trigger a 3/4 majority requirement.
I understand. Thank you for that clarity.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Solomon had one. I apologize for that,
That's
sir.
okay.
I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Member. It's okay. So one other question I want to ask is, in terms of the developer, he's willing to, I know that, this is what I want to ask, in terms of P and Z, they had recommended SR1.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Why did they recommend SR1?
The discussion at P&Z was surrounding, obviously, the request is for R1, and so there was discussion about approval versus disapproval. We also made note of the third alternative, which is to recommend a more restrictive zoning district than what was requested by the applicant. So I laid those out for you tonight, and those alternatives are also discussed at P and Z, and I think the commission was inclined to go with a more restrictive zoning designation. And so there was some discussion about which one they should go with, and ultimately SR1 was the recommendation. It's a slightly larger lot than R1, but it's not so large that it would preclude development. And the applicant did indicate during the meeting that they intended to abide by the zoning district that they're given. Of course, that could change, but as I understand it now, the intent is to
And staff
abide by the
recommends
zoning.
R1 versus SR1.
Yes, sir. As I said, our recommendation is just based on consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, anybody? All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Council, if you don't mind, we're going to go straight into our citizen comments. If you would like to take a break, please feel free, as long as I have 4 people on the dais. The first person for citizen comments is Michael Fernino. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Anyone notice how mute my council rep has been throughout all this lively discussion and lengthy agenda that we have this evening? I, for one, would like a very detailed, lively discussion. I would find that very informative. But on the subject of appointments and accepting applications, I mean, once again, you can have this special meeting at 2 p.m. What do you folks have against folks being able to attend these meetings? You've already pared down our ability to speak with the time and unfinished business on that. Temporarily, you were suspending the ability to petition you and speak off agenda. That's a dangling one that you hope that we had forgotten about. I certainly have not. With regard to the appointment process for applications, with this fervor that you have for it, I again address an email that relates to this that I sent to all of you and have yet to have any comment whatsoever. So yes, I'm bringing it to the lectern. While you examine the ability of somebody to serve as they apply, I would ask you once again to apply that same measure of is a person qualified to my district direct council representative for all the reasons stated in that email, and I'm not going to eat up my full 3 minutes. I mean, the fact that you have someone who, for stated reasons in the email, I certainly have valid questions as to her ability to serve, sitting right up here. So I question your ability to question anybody else to come in cold. On this unfinished road business, once again, at the beginning of the meeting, don't give your money away, that gives you power. Well, why is our money continually going to projects that go into things that continually not finish? We just keep moving the finish date down. When is the city manager and the city attorney going to be held to account? You keep saying they're the greatest people. Oh, they do such a wonderful job. Gilmer Street, Watercrest, the
Would you please?
rec center. I mean, all this stuff just continually sits languishing, uncompleted. When will you hold the city staff accountable to actually being able to draw up a contract that they can enforce? And when are we going to see the city manager actually find a pair of work boots, roll up his sleeves and get on these projects and put his boots where they belong? These people to get them finished time and time and time again. The man is paid to be responsible, but he's never held accountable. I don't think that any of you have the courage to do it. With this police robot, are we now acknowledging that the crime rate has indeed shot up, despite what Julie Oliver said, if we deprioritize marijuana? Has the city gotten that much more dangerous? I
Thank
wonder.
you. Heather McNeely. Heather McNeely. Melissa, yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, give me one moment, I apologize. Well, you want to wait till she finishes? Okay, yes, ma'am, you can. She said no, ma'am, she said come on up. Thank you, good afternoon, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. So I'd like to speak on RS 26019. I'm all for the Ransier project, but what about the streets that are right off of Ransier that still do not have proper lighting? I have contacted both council and Mr. Reynolds for over the last 2 years of the lack of streetlights off of Valley and the surrounding streets, yet nothing has been done, and it's a completely dark neighborhood. Valley is actually even listed as a city park, so you could use city park fund fees for that. This goes against city code that there are no streetlights. Next is DS 26006, Charter Review. When the charter is reviewed, adding that residents can remotely call into meetings should be added. I myself have been denied wanting to speak about issues via telecommunications as I work remotely, but I am a citizen of Killeen. And today, the city secretary informed Ms. Hallmark, a 93-year-old lifetime resident of Killeen who is now homebound, that she could not call in to tonight's public hearing that greatly impacts her and her home. Isn't that against ADA? We make accommodations for city council members that are unable to attend. Those same accommodations should be made to the city taxpaying citizens. DS 26007. I have a question. When was the environmental study done on Stagecoach Road? Because the report from the engineering report on Q1 2024 stated you were wanting to get access from the landowners to conduct that study. Myself and my neighbors are all outlined as needing to grant access, yet we have never been contacted for such study, and I have asked multiple times without an answer. When has that study been done? Can I please have an answer on that? And streetlights, and why ADA, Ms. Hallmark, is not allowed to call in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Brown, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
I'm passing along some forms. If y'all could review them before the public hearing starts, that would be great. When it comes to Ransier and underground utilities, well, it follows the same process we are dealing with under Brightspeed and their subcontractors. Will private property be allowed to be damaged because the city rents out our private property? Thank you. Our private property through a total of 20 feet of utility easement in the form of fees charged to the utilities. 10 feet in the front of our yards, 10 feet in the back of our yards, with no reimbursement to us, and we still pay property tax on those 20 feet. And that's in addition to the city's easement on the property that we pay taxes for. Or will this be required to go through the city easement on what the subcontractor's supervisor referred to as the beauty easement? How many existing businesses will be destroyed? How many detours will first responders have to make due to a lack of left turns? And what happens when their utilities are not available? So far, moving or adding underground utilities has been nothing more than a menace, including contractors using reused materials for repairs, refusing to show citizens their permits, and not sufficiently keeping the grass from being covered in rocks, cement, and other debris. That doesn't even account for the number of water lines that have been broken, the lateral lines in people's yards that have been damaged and destroyed, or any other number of issues that the city has had to deal with. What happens when they need to go in and repair those? Is it going to be on the private side or the public side of the easement, of the sidewalk? Because again, you interfere with people's businesses, just in an attempt to make it look prettier. And it's going to cost the city a lot more money to move them rather than just keep them where they are. If we were going to build something new and have all underground, that would be fine, but that's not the way it is. When it comes to the charter review process, I would hope that there is a citizen committee that is put together for this, even though the former councilman, who now stated to the paper he wants a citizen review committee, had voted against it in the past. And I would really sincerely hope that council members, as they pick these members, are picking people who are knowledgeable and not just who are your friends, not who are your sorority members, not who are, people that you served with or businesses that you want their votes or their support from. That would be really great. The CCN, I think everybody forgets that there is a lot of liability that comes along with that CCN, and there has never even been a public vote by the council to accept any portion of the CCN. So this seems like this is all just something that is presumed is going to happen. That is not something that we need, something that we're going to be able to use at any time soon because of the restrictions on annexation. So I would hope that that is something that is very carefully considered, and I would love to know the cost total for those liabilities.
Ms. Anka Nagu, good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I think it is great to see the proposed purchase of the tactical robot for the police department. I've seen some negative comments online under an article written by the newspaper regarding this particular item. I don't understand those. They keep saying we should use the money to fix the roads, but these are completely different items. Even if one life is saved during the life of that robot, it is well worth it. And I'd like to remind everybody that last decade, 2 police officers lost their lives, Detective Charles Dinwiddie and Officer Robert Hornsby. A robot would have likely helped in those situations. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of citizen comments, and I agree with Ms. Anka. That is a great tool that would be used to save a life, and I'm glad that we'll be sharing it with other cities that surround us. So we're just that team player. That's a great thing to say. With that being said, we had Councilwoman Cobb. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Privacy is a power. What people don't know that you can't ruin. We have HIPAA that governs that. So I'm so sorry, but I am of sound mind, excellent health, and good decision making. Remember, you cannot remove a power as powerful as health, because it's my privacy.
You announced it.
I just had a question about one of the residents brought up about the environmental study. Just wanted to make sure we're good.
Okay, Mr. Zakers.
So in regard to the comment in the environmental study, there's been discussion about when we had our first, when the project first started, that there was going to be some stormwater analysis. It wasn't an environmental study. It was in regard to figuring out stormwater improvements on the west side of the project, right by 195. This resident is concerned about the east side, which is by East Trevere, which was not part of any study.
That's not what you had outlined in your...
So,
Mr. Zager, I apologize. Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize. I say this to all residents, for the ones that are new. We do not yell and scream. There is a protocol. If you would like to speak, we have the citizen comments, and everyone have the opportunity. But we're going to respect the people that are talking at this time, please, because the respect was shown to you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Was there, excuse me, was there one needed for the Cunningham?
No,
project?
no, this was just essentially a replacement of the existing road. What we were intending to do is really, we identified a stormwater issue on the west side with the residents on that end, and we wanted to include that in this project.
Okay, thank you.
Not of Mr. Zager.
Okay.
It was,
Thank you.
it was, my comment is in reference to the robot. My comment is that I think a robot and spending a couple of $100,000 for a robot to save a life is a great thing. Because I sit before you, being in the military, being wounded in combat twice, a robot saved my life. So that is why I'm here. So I think it's a good thing. No amount of money can replace a life. But if we have it, we can prevent a life from being taken from this city and from our first responders. That's all I have.
Any more questions? Mr. Wallander, can residents call in on the phone for public hearing? The legal side of that.
So the Open Meetings Act does allow a city to adopt an ordinance that does permit this governing body to allow residents to call in and to provide remote testimony. However, the city of Killeen does not have an ordinance or anything in its governing standards that permits it. So absent that ordinance or standard, this governing body does not have to allow it, and it's been historically denied.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Knowles, someone can help with the lights on that street that was discussed. Thank you. And Mr. Reynolds, I apologize, Assistant City Manager Reynolds. I apologize for that, sir.
So in regard to the lights, we did have a, reach out to Encore. They're the ones who install the street lights. We did
Correct.
have a street light installed in that corner. We've reviewed where they are in regard to bus stops and in the intersections. We're continually having an update, but there are street lights out on there. And the one location that was requested, there has been a street light added to that street.
Okay. And one of the things I would like to say, and I don't know if this is something that you already have in plan, but throughout the city of Killeen, some lights have gone out. And I know you get to them as quick as you can, especially with the revenue that is needed to fix these things. And I know, do you have, Mr. Reynolds, a plan? Keep on forgetting you're the assistant city manager. Mr. Knoll, is there a plan in place? How do we know that when stuff like this broke? I know we have the app, Mr. Cagle answered. I know we have the app put in place by the city, and I know we advertise that. It's on Facebook. If something is broken, you can utilize that app to report it. And maybe that's the way we go about it.
So in regard to streetlights, they're all maintained and repaired through Encore. So the city crews do not maintain those, except for a couple of locations where we have an agreement with TxDOT. If the resident sees a streetlight out, they can go to Encore. They have on their website a location to report an outage, and they can have that replaced. They can also go to SeeClick Fix. We can get them the link, or we can we have also filled out that request to Encore as well. So they can do it, citizens can do it themselves, or they can go ahead and just get on the SeeClick Fix, and we can work on that ourselves as well. Work
Yes,
to
sir.
help out.
But my question was, we know that Encore do it, got it, got it. But if we see it, do we automatically report it?
Yes,
That's my
we do.
question.
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
going about it the wrong way probably, but thank you for answering that. Thank you. That is the citizen comments. It's over. Councilwoman Cobb, you good? All right, let's get busy. All right, consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Alvarez.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Now we will go into the public hearing. I'm sorry, did you need to change or I can keep going? Okay, I apologize. We are now going into the public hearing. If you want to sign up to speak for public hearing, please do it now. We're just going to take a 3-minute break. Council, we going right back in. I'm just waiting, giving people the opportunity, came in to sign up for public hearing, and we're going right into it. Oh, yes, ma'am, I know. I forgot you, I forgot. Get 3 other council members, we'll go right back in. What? To take under consideration everyone's time, and I like to say, the Citizen Academy, students attendees that are here, thank you for coming out and participating in tonight's council meeting. So is there any Citizen Academy? I know it is. Is there some? Okay, yes, thank you all, and I hope you all signed in. Good. All right, we're gonna go right into, I don't know where Mr. Cagle went. Oh, okay. Are we missing? No, this is it. Oh, y'all ready? Oh, y'all ready? Okay. You remember y'all said that, I'm gonna tell them. All right, council, I got one more form coming in. Have everyone signed up that would like to speak during public hearing? Thank you, Chief. All right, council, as you know, Mrs. Mesher has gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through the slides again? Oh, Miss
Madam Mayor,
Bobby.
we're on,
Miss Bobby?
yes.
Yes. Oh, no, ma'am, we didn't want you. I just looked up. I was on the wrong page. No, ma'am, thank you for being on it. Thank you. So that was about the amendment to the budget.
Yes, ma'am. I need to read the ordinance caption into the
Oh, yes,
record.
ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. PH 26002, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts in multiple funds. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Killeen, Texas, amending the FY 2026 annual budget of the City of Killeen to increase revenue and expense accounts in multiple funds, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing a savings clause, and establishing an effective date."
Thank you. The public hearing is open. Melissa Brown. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Left my notes over there because after thinking about it and realizing that at a minimum, half of the council members sitting in front of me today have either been delinquent on their taxes or have gone into tax foreclosure on their businesses because they can't figure out how to pay taxes. You don't understand finance. So you're going to make a blind vote. It's pretty much a requirement anyway. This is really just a formality public hearing and a formality vote because the money that you're supposed to be transferring and carrying over has already been accounted for. It's already been encumbered. It's already been promised to people as part of contracts. You spent money before we had it. Now you have to approve this in order for us to pay for these projects. All those ones that say carryover or encumbered, that means that it's already been promised as part of the contract. Go ahead and look confused, Mr. Cagle, because that would tell me you don't understand the words that were said either. When it came to Watercress Road, it was said, we will pay for the change order after we do the year-end budget amendment, right? Because we didn't have the money for it in FY '25. We had to wait, make sure we had enough money left to carry over in order to pay for that. The same is true for a half a dozen things that were read off that are encumbered already. Encumbered, meaning that it has been promised, it has been already accounted for to be spent. So since you can't figure out how to pay your own taxes and keep your own businesses from being shut down by the state, I see no reason to go into the details on the finance aspect.
Public hearing is closed. Mr. Cagle.
Well, the speaker clearly doesn't understand what an encumbrance is. The money is, thank you for proving my point. The money is already there. It was already there in the '25 budget. Actually, it was. So coming from a person that can't even manage.
Ms. Brown, Mr. Cagle has the floor. Please stop. Ms. Brown, Mr. Cagle has the floor. No one spoke when you were here. Please be respectful. Mr. Cagle, I apologize for that behavior. The floor is yours. Please be quiet. Mr. Cagle, the floor is yours. I apologize.
Money that is encumbered is there. Yes, a product, a service has been ordered. It has not been received in the '25 budget. That money is then carried over to the '26 budget. Not mismanagement. Every city in the state does it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I apologize once again. All right, council, any other questions? Do you have a question?
No. We can close the public hearing. I was ready to do a motion.
I already closed it.
Right.
Do you have a question?
I move to approve PH 26-002.
Councilmember Solomon.
Second, ma'am.
Any discussion on this item? All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Council, Mrs. Mesher has gone through PH-28 26-003. She has gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go through the slides? PH 26-003. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Secretary.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Madam Secretary.
PH 26003. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Central Texas Land Development Services on behalf of Clear Creek Commercial Limited, flume number 2506, to amend the comprehensive plan's future land use map from a regional commercial designation to a residential mixed designation for approximately 1.81 acres out of T. Robinette Survey, abstract number 686. The subject property is locally addressed as 5201 West Stan Schluter Loop, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the comprehensive plan's future land use map by changing the designation of approximately 1.81 acres out of the T. Robinette Survey, abstract number 686, from regional commercial designation to a residential mixed designation, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you so much. Public hearing is open. Melissa Brown, you have 3 minutes.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. When you change the flume, you are making amendments to the city's 2040 comprehensive plan, the one that the citizens developed, the one that the citizens came up with. It is our plan, it's not the mayor's plan. But if we take a look at the map, where it zooms in and it shows the current flume as compared to the requested flume, what you're going to see is that we are carving out about a half a block of area that is surrounded completely by residential commercial to put more houses. In fact, there will still be a portion of the edge of that line that is still going to be commercial because there's commercial property there. It doesn't make sense to keep adding more houses. What did the citizens say they don't want? More small housing, more smaller lots. So to change this, the next step is to come in and have it rezoned to R1. R1 is going to allow more small housing, and you're going to put that right next to a bunch of gas stations where the traffic all comes out and converges together. It's not safe, it doesn't look great, and it's just not a smart move. But don't keep changing the flume. Don't keep changing the comprehensive plan so that you can come back to us at a later day and tell us how great you are at following the comprehensive plan. You can follow anything when you change it as you go along. Keep it the way it is, please.
Micah Fornino, you have 3 minutes.
Remind me again why we have a comprehensive plan? We threw a whole bunch of money at Mr. Cagle's pals at Verdunity to come up with the formalized thing, and then every time something comes up to that which is inconvenient to the developers and the house builders and all that, we change the comprehensive plan. So you got people making money on the front end to put this comprehensive plan together, and then every time something is inconvenient to the usual suspects, they make money on the back end. I mean, did we just waste our money? I mean, it sounds like somebody who doesn't understand things is up there. I'm sure I'm going to get the snippy answer from him, but I mean, for crying out loud, we have a comprehensive plan. I'm not saying that there's an anecdote that says that it's a bad plan that can't be changed, but I would really like in a couple of years to see what the original plan was, overlay it to where we're at, and just see how much of our money got wasted where this comprehensive plan in no way resembles what we paid for. I mean, this is just irresponsible again. I mean, we are not a walking, talking ATM to you folks. And with the smaller lot sizes and everything else, I mean, this sounds a lot more like tax farming. I mean, maybe if we had something other than the model of sales tax revenue on single-family homes in this town, we'd be in a lot better sorts. I mean, anything other than R1. We rezone, and every single time Well, the majority of the time, I'll put it that way, I'll be fair. The majority of the time, it comes down to R1. And may I remind everybody at home and listening that the majority of you have had, or still do, have interests in the real estate market. And yet you have the temerity to snap back at me from time to time. Nothing we do up here benefits us. Remind us again where a lot of income on that dais comes from. Can't tell me that, oh, we don't make money on that house initially. Well, everything's on the wheel, folks. It all comes around eventually. That's just more houses you can buy, sell, and horse trade down the road, if not immediately. If you're not in on the front end, you're sure as hell on the back end. This benefits nobody except the usual suspects. I'm sick and tired of looking at this comprehensive plan, and every time we turn around, there's a large chunk of land, we have to change it. Or should I be more correct in saying you have to change it because that's inconvenient to the contractors, the developers, and every other damn thing? How many businesses, because of this short-sightedness, do we not have in this town? Dell, World Headquarters, Toyota could have been building the Tundras here, but that same I've said it before, the cast changes, but the script doesn't. What would this town look like if we actually had some semblance of industry and longevity? rather
Thank
than
you,
what
sir.
can I
Your
get this
time
week?
is up. Public hearing is closed. And for the record, the lot size is decided by the state. We said that several times. It really doesn't have anything to do with this council, and we do follow the state. The second thing, the comprehensive plan, which I love, is the people plan. Input from all residents, different entities, police, fire department, Fort Hood, KISD, and I truly love the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan is just like any plan. It's a working plan. And I guess you heard that a lot. So I'm proud of it. I'm glad that during my time on the council, we got to work on it with this council and the council prior. So with that being said, with public hearing being closed, can I get a motion to approve PH-26-003? Councilmember Kendrick.
I would like to make a motion that we approve PH
Dash 26-003.
26-003.
Is there a second to this motion? Councilwoman Cobb? Yes. You second the motion?
Yes, I second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Cobb. Thank you, Mr. Kagan. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary?
PH 26004, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates Incorporated on behalf of the Tietze Family Recovable Trust, case number Z2539, to rezone approximately .14 acres being part of Lot 8, Block 8, Marlborough Heights, revised from R1 Single Family Residential District to SF2 Single Family Residential District. The subject property is locally addressed as 802 Highland Avenue, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately .14 acres being part of Lot 8, Block 8, Marlborough Heights, revised from R1 Single Family Residential District to SF2 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you so kindly. Council, Mrs. Mesher has gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through them? That's a no. All right, we do not. Yes, sir. Did you say something, Councilmember Solomon? Before I go to, okay.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cobb.
Messer.
You want to go back through the slides?
No, I don't want to go through the slide, but I have a question for
Okay,
her.
Mrs. Mesher. Thank you for coming back up.
Mrs. Messer, I am so sorry. I have to ask you the question. Planning and zoning, were they for PH 26004? What was their?
Let's see. They recommended approval. Yep,
Can I-
approval by a vote of 4-0.
And can I ask her one more, and then that way I won't ask?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you can, the floor
Okay.
is yours.
PH 2605, was it 3-1?
Oh, ma'am, we have to stay on the agenda item.
Okay.
When she come back, I apologize, I misunderstood you. I thought you was talking about this item.
I wanted to get all three of them. so
Oh,
she
no,
wouldn't have
ma'am,
to
when
get
she
up.
come up, she'll be available.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am. Thank you, and I apologize once again, Councilwoman Cobb.
That's
I
fine.
didn't know that you was talking about other items. All right, I don't have anyone signed up for public hearing. All right, can I get a motion to approve or disapprove PH-26, that Councilmember Solomon, 004? Okay. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Kegler. Be safe. You're right about that.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve PH-26-004.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Cobb.
Oh, I second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Thank you for that. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
PH 26005, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Dominic Vo on behalf of Hong Kim and Revocable Living Trust, case number Z2540, to rezone approximately 1.313 acres out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and Eugene Lessier Survey, abstract number 528, also known as part of Lot 16, Llewellyn Estates Number 3, unrecorded subdivision, from B2 Local Retail District to B5 Business District. The subject property is locally addressed as 4801 Onion Road, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 1.313 acres out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and Eugene Lessier Survey, abstract number 528, also known as part of Lot 16, Llewellyn Estates Number 3, unrecorded subdivision, from B2 Local Retail District to B5 Business District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you. Council, Mrs. Mesher has gone through the slides. Would you like her to go back through them? Councilwoman Cobb, I know you have a question. Thank you for coming back up.
It's basically the same question. I have lived on Onion Road forever. And now, did P and Z, what did they vote and what did the city vote?
Staff recommended approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Nope. All right, public hearing is open. Melissa Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Cobb, you should be familiar with this one. It's just down the street from your house. So, yeah, it is a nice little corner over there and a nice little house that's already there, but you are aware of the safety concerns, the traffic in that corner, the amount of traffic that already goes through there, and the Onion Road doesn't have a stoplight there, that this would add higher level of business. So that means more traffic coming in and out of that one location. Regardless of the fact of what's around it, this isn't about what's around it necessarily so much as it is what is at that corner and how safe would this be. Besides the additional traffic, the offices and salon suite, business offices and salon suites are already approved under B2. Salon suites, as explained and described at P&Z, are just built-to-suit suites where it would be leased out spaces for stuff like offices. Maybe, as the salon would sound, you lease it out for doing hair, for doing nails, for doing aesthetics, for doing massages, all things that can be done in a B2 or a B3. Ms. Cooper also did point out the number of half-vacant strip malls that are already in that area, questioned the necessity to have another large strip mall put right there. But also, in addition to that, said that she felt the least restrictive zoning that should be there is B3, because B3 would still fit all of those needs. B3 would even go so far as to allow a gas station to be built there. Once we get into B4 and B5, you can have pretty much anything there as long as it's not industrial or manufacturing. So do we need a car dealership there? No. Do we need an auto repair shop there? No. Do we need any of those higher intensity usages right there? I don't believe the answer is yes. It's not beneficial to that neighborhood. It's not beneficial to that community. And with all of the stuff that's going on the other end of Onion Road over at Stagecoach and all the development there, the traffic that's going to be diverted down through Onion, adding another high-intensity business right at that corner is going to increase the danger level, increase the number of vehicle accidents, and just not improve the area. Keep it as a B2, allow them to build their business offices and their suites. Go ahead and let them do that. But they can do it as a B2 or B3, and this council does have the option of doing a more restrictive zoning than the B5 request, and that would be the B3. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is open. Councilwoman Cobb, did you have a question on this?
No, I don't have a question.
Or any other council member have any questions? All right, public hearing has been closed. Council, what is your pleasure? Councilmember Alvarez.
Mayor, I would move to approve this item as presented and recommended by P and Z and city staff.
Councilmember Kendrick.
A second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
PH 26006, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Central Texas Land Development Services on behalf of the Gary W. Purser Jr. 2000 Trust, case number Z2541, to rezone approximately 97.13 acres out of the Eugene Lesser Survey, abstract number 527, and the W.L. Harris Survey, abstract number 1155, from A Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District. The subject property is generally located north of the terminus of Yates Road, east of the terminus of Mohawk Drive, and south of the terminus of Imperial Eagle Drive, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 97.13 acres out of the Eugene Lesser Survey, abstract number 527, and the W.L. Harris Survey, abstract number 1155, from A Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you so much. Council, Mrs. Mesher has gone through the slides. Would you like for her to go back through? Councilwoman Cobb, do you have any questions? Oh, okay. 1 minute, sir. No, I'm not going to say anything. Do you have any questions?
No, I've been on the four-wheeler. I rode the four-wheeler across the land to see
Oh,
what I
you
found.
already went over there and looked at it.
Yes, I've been four-wheeler riding.
Okay, yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Good to know. Councilmember Kendrick.
There you go. I know we was talking about this land here too, this development. Will they be required to have parkland inside of this? Because I didn't
They'll
see it
be
anywhere
required,
in the
at the time of the
presentation.
preliminary plat, they'll be required to comply with the parkland dedication ordinance, which is to say that they can either dedicate parkland or pay the fees in lieu.
Okay, I just didn't see it in there, so I figured it comes later, correct?
That'll be determined during the platting phase, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And Ms. Messer,
Okay.
It was approved, 3-1 zoning.
Recommended
and-
for approval by
Yes,
3
it
to
was
1.
recommended, and with the staff, city staff. Did you all approve it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay. We all right? Okay. Any more questions? Okay. All right. Public hearing is open. Melissa Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Would the applicant's representative like to speak first as per the city's governing standards?
The person is on here to do public hearing, but you can come on and thank you. Come on. Well, let me say, it. The applicant, sir, you already told me you're going to speak through a public hearing. Yes, sir. So let me just go ahead on and say that for the record, because he already told me. Invitation, the invite for the applicant, they do have the option if they want to speak or not. But
That's
they
not the governing
also
standard.
can speak during public hearing, and they also can speak during
I
the
have the floor.
citizen comment. The applicant have that,
you
and
don't
I
care that I
will
have
say
the
it
floor.
again. Ms. Brown, you have the floor. Your time has not started. Madam Secretary, you can start time. Thank you.
So you're not going to follow the governing standards, which actually lay out the order in which this should happen, which is the applicant comes up first. Instead, you're going to allow the applicant
Are
to
you
come up
asking me a
last.
question?
No, I'm making a statement, and you're eating my time now.
Oh, I thought
So,
you was asking a
I have
question.
the floor. I didn't say it in the form of a question. So, no, you'll know when it's a question, because I'll say, question.
Hmm.
So stop eating my time and be respectful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stop talking over me. That's rude. You should apologize. Okay. So SB 15 does have exceptions that can be made to it, by the way. It does not prohibit the city from imposing zoning restrictions that are applicable to all similarly situated lots or subdivisions, okay, including those restrictions related to the mitigation of stormwater runoff, to sewage, to flooding, to anything else, well water that would be located on individual residential lots. There's a lot that's actually given as exceptions to that 3,000 square foot rule, but we'd have to read the whole law in order to know that. The biggest issue that I have with this particular one is the ingress and egress. So even though it says that it is going to come off of Mohawk Drive doesn't really exist right there. Mohawk Drive is a little dead-end stub out until the city pays our bond money to build a road leading into a subdevelopment that we may or may not get property tax money from. Instead, most of this traffic is going to go out into Imperial Eagle Drive, which goes into what? Alamacitos. Because as if Alamacitos doesn't already have enough issues. To try to tell us that the road would be done before any houses is ingenuous at best, because that would be like saying Gilmer Street and Watercrest and Bunny Trail were all done in the time frame that they were promised that they would be finished in. You can't promise that, which makes this unsafe, which makes it difficult for traffic to get in and out of there, which means that first responders have to go all the way through Alamacitos to get to a subdivision that could have as many as almost 1,000 houses in it, because we can't restrict the size of these lots if you make it R1. Until there is proper infrastructure in there, since this is in a controlled growth zone, putting it there would not comply with the 2040 plan. In a controlled growth zone, the only reason that we should be approving anything is if all public infrastructure is already existing there. It does not exist there. There is not even a road that connects out to Bunny Trail or to Reese Creek Road from there. There is no main artery that this goes out to. You're going to funnel all of this traffic into Alamacitos as if they don't have enough issues with traffic already. And then that's going to also interfere with school business. I'll wait for your apology.
Oh, I apologize, but I didn't do anything wrong. Ms. Anka, it's your time. You have 3 minutes. And I will clarify that what Mr. Purser do have the right to speak or not to speak. He has that right. Ms. Anka, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours. What'd
Thank
say,
you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam.
You're wrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Obviously, I'm in favor of approving the rezoning since I'm going to work on this project as the engineer of record. This is a rezoning application. I know a layout was submitted. if you approve the zoning, the rezone, it doesn't mean you're approving the layout. That will be dealt with during the plating. And also, we're going to address any drainage issues. We're going to address water, sewer, also property access. I did notice that one of the commissioners stated that they had concerns about ingress and egress, and that will be addressed during the plating. So the zoning doesn't have anything to do with the drainage. We're just rezoning. That's all you're approving today. And if we meet the requirements for ingress and egress and everything else, there shouldn't be a problem with approving later. But again, we'll deal with that later. Also, I'd like to add that with permission from Mr. Purser, who's the owner, I have the privilege of naming the streets. And it is my distinct honor to name the streets after first responders who are no longer with us. Captain Marvin Taylor, Detective Charles Dinwiddie, Officer Robert Hornsby, and also other names of Fort Hood soldiers who died in the war. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gary Purser? Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to see all y'all back. We can start again this year. Ms. Brown, I own the property, and I'm not even
Mr.
sure.
Person, Mr. Person.
I apologize.
Focus on me.
I'm not sure about the comments. Would like to address a few of them. One of them is being infrastructure. There is infrastructure there. There's water and sewer, and that's infrastructure. Talked about a road coming, like y'all are bringing a road to me. Y'all are planning Mohawk Drive as we speak. Y'all have an engineering company, and obviously it's going to go through my competition's land. And I'm asking the city, let's bring it on down through me. They're getting a free road. I'm going to get to pay for it. I'm going to get to argue about it. I ain't paying for it yet, but I will argue about it. I would like for all the council to know that I have mentioned to staff, I have mentioned to people that while I'm out there working, I would entertain talking about like-kind work to try to help facilitate Mohawk. So that's been on the table. There has not been much talk about it. But while I'm there, I will look at like-kind work. I got my tractors out there. If y'all have any questions, I do agree that we're talking about zoning. I'm not sure how we're getting plating and infrastructure and drainage involved in plating, 2 separate issues. But if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I've got one more question. Don't take all my time because I do have a question that I want to learn something here tonight. We talk about a public hearing, but I've got to sign up for it. And I'd forgot to. Ms. Anka signed me up for it. But I'm confused. If it's a public hearing, that means the public gets to talk. Why do I have to sign up for it? I don't know if that's state law. I don't know if we voted on it, but somebody can tell me what's going on.
We'll defer that to our legal team. Public hearing, the question he has is why do he have to sign up for it if it's the public? Anybody can come up and talk.
That's true, but there's no prohibition on requiring the public to sign up for it in advance, just to ensure a productive meeting. And it's just been the city's long-standing policy to require that sign up in advance, but there is no prohibition on requiring that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Purser, your time is stopped. When I'm talking, your time does not go. You didn't hear him?
I could not hear the
Sir,
response, no, ma'am.
can you hear me or you hear him? Could you speak into the mic? He cannot hear you.
Sure, you just want me to repeat myself?
Yes, sir. He
Okay.
couldn't hear you.
So state law doesn't prohibit us from requiring it. It's just been the city's standard and the policy in order to require it to sign up in advance, and that's just to ensure the productive meeting and for it to move along quickly. So because it's been the standard policy, it's continue with it, but there's nothing that prohibits it.
Yes, sir, but I still don't know that I understand because it is a public hearing. So are you telling me that the city had to pass some kind of ordinance, or they had to pass some kind of whatever it might or might not be, to require us to sign up? Because we used to not have to, sir.
Well, no,
We can answer it later. I'm just, it doesn't have to be answered tonight. I'm just confused, and I can learn something here.
Yes, sir. But one of the things I wanted to add on, thank you so much, sir. One of the things I wanted to add on, public hearing, if you don't have to sign up for it in the beginning, you just have to sign up before we discuss it. So when you come in, if the meeting has already started and we have not gotten to public hearing, you can sign up for it. It's just the citizen comments come early. And since I've been on here since 2017, this has always been a practice. So I can only assume that it's been a while. I know, Mr. Purse, I apologize for that, for that.
2017, you're a newcomer, man.
Yeah. Hey.
Welcome to the party.
Yes, sir, I'm newcomer. You've been around. So that's what they have. Anything else you want, Mr. Percy, you have anything else you want to say on your item? You do have 31 seconds.
I want to use them up. Any comments y'all have? The ingress egress is not as desirable as you'd like it. The infrastructure is there. Y'all are going to build Mohawk. That's going to help things a whole lot. I do want to remind everybody that I'm willing to talk about like-kind work that happens quite often or from time to time, and appreciate y'all's support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public hearing is closed. And for our citizens that are here for this Killeen Citizen Academy, I just want to clarify something. When an individual do have, and it's their item that's on the agenda, they do have the right to speak. If they choose to, the applicant, they have that right, but they also have the right if they don't want to speak. They don't have to, but they can speak during citizen comments, public comments, and also if it's their items, the applicant, but they don't have to. Or they can have a representative to speak on their behalf. With that being said, the item, public hearing is closed. Can I get a motion to approve or disapprove? Councilwoman Cobb.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept,
Approve
approve.
or disapprove, whichever way.
Well, we're gonna approve PH 26006.
Councilmember Cobb, Solomon. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
PH 26007. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Mitchell and Associates Incorporated on behalf of Vincent Nguyen, case number Z2542, to rezone approximately .864 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, out of the Castor subdivision from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption. The subject property is locally addressed as 1417 West Stan Schluter Loop, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately .864 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, out of the Castor subdivision from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Council, thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, Ms. Mesher has gone through the slides. Would anyone like for her to go back through them, or anyone have a comment? Okay. Is the applicant or a representative here that would like to speak? Okay. Public hearing is open. I don't have anyone signed up. Did you want to say something? Public hearing is closed. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem?
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move to approve PH 26-07.
Councilmember Kendrick?
I second.
All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Let the record show that Councilmember Everest stepped off of the dais. Councilmember Solomon, Councilwoman Cobb, have you voted? All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. The motion carries 5-0. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
PH 26008. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Kevin Greenwood on behalf of Highland Development Corporation, Incorporated. Case number Z2543 to rezone approximately .13 acres, being a portion of Lot 1, Block 1, Highland Commercial Subdivision Phase 3, from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption. The subject property is locally addressed as 1100 West Jasper Drive, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately .13 acres, being a portion of Lot 1, Block 1, Highland Commercial Subdivision Phase 3 from B5 Business District to B5 Business District with a conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol for on-premises consumption, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date."
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council, Mrs. Messer has gone through the slides. The applicant here? All right, public hearing is open. Is the applicant here and would like to speak? Oh, come on up, sir. Public hearing is closed. Is this on PH-26-008? Sir, I apologize. You go first anyway. The applicant go first. Madam Secretary, the applicant go first. He's the applicant.
I don't mind if she
Yes, sir.
City Mayor, Councilman.
You can speak in the mic.
City Mayor, Councilman, thanks for entertaining me today. There was a lot of people that were opposed to, what we were doing, so I wanted to come up here and specify kind of what we were doing. I introduced myself and my business partner. We're both retired military. We've been operating the business that's adjacent right there next to it for the last 7 years.
Sir, I apologize. If you don't mind, she have to stand. Is it okay for her to go first, even though the applicant go first? Can she go for I gotta open up public hearing. Okay, go ahead on, sir. I will have to open it up.
All right.
I just didn't want her to stand that long.
Not a problem, no. We have owned JKM Entertainment, operated it since July 2018 with no major issues or violations. Since taking over the property at Jasper, we have made a priority to maintain and clean the environment, free of drugs, loitering, and deceptive activity. We take pride in being responsible business owners in a good neighborhood. We propose the event center is not intended to be a nightclub, which I guess that's one of the problems that there was. In fact, operating a nightclub at the location would negatively impact the existing business that I own next door, which we intend of not doing. Our vision of the space is community-focused event venue that will host children's birthday parties, military retirement ceremonies, sweet 16 birthdays, and other local community events. Our request for the zoning change primarily allows us to apply for the liquor license that would enable us to control the alcohol consumption on the premises, rather than just being a BYOB, which we all know that most businesses can just give alcohol away. But this puts us responsibility for it, which is why we're applying for it. Which limits our ability to monitor and regulate the alcohol. Having license-controlled environment enhances the safety and accountability of the people around and associated with us. We have worked directly with the zoning officials and can confirm the property has no more than adequate parking to support the proposed use.
Additionally, there will be no increase in traffic to the area as the property located in the main street, and flow of traffic will not interfere with the nearby homes and the surrounding businesses. We already play music adjacent to the lot and have received 0 noise complaints in the past 8 years, which demonstrates the commitment and the respectful of the surrounding area. Any questions for me?
Yes, sir. Councilman Kendrick.
Good afternoon, sir. First question I have, with that lot being there next to the one that you already have, you said you operate the other half of that too, correct?
Yes, sir. So it's one lot. It's a building with 2 spaces, and we operate the right side.
What will be the hours of that new establishment?
Well, it would be based on whatever somebody would rent it out for or occupy the space. It's not intended to be a late night hour spot, and it will not be a late hour night spot. I don't imagine it running past midnight, but I haven't clarified all the, I mean, obviously if somebody comes with an event, they're having a, family gathering or whatever, and they want to rent the space, and it's a night event. I think that's.
So with it being a space that you're renting out, how will you control that consumption of alcohol and from people bringing in alcohol? Because when people have an event and they're able to bring in, not able to bring it in, how will you control that parking lot to keep people from sitting in their cars, drinking and smoking?
Absolutely, yes, sir. And that's the problem that we've run into the last 8 years. And we do it by having outside security currently with what we have. Like I said, myself and my business partner, we're retired military, so we structure our business in that aspect. So when it comes to, when you come and rent that space, you're getting the security. We're providing the security, we're providing the bar if associated with the event that's going on. That way we're controlling it and able to maintain and profit from it.
So with that, you will have signs posted, you cannot consume alcohol
absolutely, yes, sir.
outside this?
Yes,
Yes, I understand, but I'm making sure and asking. So also with that, because I read a lot of the citizens' concerns about it, but you said you don't know exactly your hours, but you wouldn't go past midnight.
I don't imagine, I cannot guarantee that, but I don't imagine an event going that long without it being something other than what we've proposed.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Any more questions? Councilwoman Cobb?
I know this is a zoning meeting, and it's in reference to events being held with consumption of alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
But wouldn't that entitle the person that owns that building and that alcohol is being consumed to have an officer or a person on the premises to govern that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes, it would, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Sir, there's not any more questions for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, no, sir. Public hearing is open. Ms. Janice Stafford, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Janet Stafford. For many years, I have owned the house at 1013 Stevens, which comes within the second circle of notification, just down the street from where this property is. There's many people that live on the street that are elderly, not necessarily as old as I am, but there are several that are second-generation people that have grew up there, come back, and got a house there. This is a nice neighborhood, and we're very concerned about the traffic, about whether or not that after this event situation that he's talking about comes to pass, whether or not that the what is it, the cup, the CP, whatever you call it, the ability to have liquor by the drink on the premises, is that going to be set in stone and it'll go with the property? In other words, if he changes his mind and he's going to open a bar and have it open all the time, are the doors going to be open all the time for people off the street to come in and drink? There's a number up and down that Andover, that street that they're on the corner. It's a bus stop for the school kids. So there's lots and lots and lots of kids up and down the street getting off the buses and walking to their respective houses in the neighborhood. Many people have expressed to me a concern about that as well. So we definitely didn't want to make a bar in a nice neighborhood. And I don't know whether or not, because I don't know the rules, whether or not once you agree to this, it's just one step on to another type of business. Is this going to be only open for events and then the rest of the time the doors are locked, or what? There's a lot of traffic in the area because of the game room that's next door. And he has told me about there being sufficient parking. There is not really. I've never seen anybody parking all the way over on that corner. Maybe if somebody was there to direct them, to tell them where to park, but the easiest thing for them to do is to park up and down the street of Stevens. So that's about all I have to say, but we're very much not in favor of any alcohol being served over in that area because of the kids and because it's too easy for people that live in the apartments to walk down the street to get a drink. So I didn't get here in time, I'm sorry, to have the explanation. Is it going to be possible
Yes,
for
ma'am.
somebody
Your
else?
time is up, but I am going to, ma'am, your time is up, but I am going to call Ms. Mesher up here to answer your questions. Your questions will get answered.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Public hearing is closed. Ms. Mesher, would you wait until she gets situated?
Yes,
And please speak into the mic so she can hear you. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Reynolds, and Chief Lopez for assisting her. Okay, ma'am, your questions are getting ready to get answered. You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So a conditional use permit is slightly different from, say, a BC1 request, which runs with the land in perpetuity. In this case, the conditional use permit would expire if the permitted use is abandoned or ceases to exist for a period of 1 year or more, which is to say if this business closed and no alcohol was served on the property for a year, the conditional use permit could be expired. And we would bring that action to you for action
So her
to expire it.
Her question was, can it be a bar? Can it turn into a bar with the conditional use permit?
The conditional use permit would grant approval to sell alcohol for on-premise consumption, not associated with a restaurant. So theoretically, it depends on how you define a bar, but yes, it could sell alcohol.
So basically, to make it plain, simple is this. As long as they're within inside, they can sell alcohol for a particular event. Is that what you're?
They can sell alcohol for any and all events, yes.
Okay, yes, so that's all I think she's asking you to make her understand is that if they have different events in there, alcohol can be sold.
The conditional use permit, as written, doesn't put any constraints on the number of events or the frequency or the
Right,
duration
we
or the time.
understand that, but alcohol can be sold at any event they have inside.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Brown, would you please stop interrupting other people when they have the floor? Please, thank you. Madam, did that answer your question?
No,
I didn't think so.
Like we're talking in circles.
What is your
I
question?
specifically want to know whether or not if I want a drink someday, I can just walk in there and buy one and drink it.
So is that, okay, I see what you're saying. If there's not an event, will it be open as a bar?
That's a question for the applicant. I can't answer that.
Mr. Cagle?
No, I think the question is, can that
Can they?
happen?
Yes,
It
they
does not
absolutely can.
matter the answer from the applicant at this point. If this is approved, could it be operated like a bar?
Under, as written, yes, it could.
Thank you.
Okay, that did not, what was your question?
Well, that answered it, and that's exactly what's going to
That was to the point.
They're going to come in there and drink.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so, Mrs. Mesher, thank you for taking your time to come up and answer that question. Thank you. All right, council, you heard from an applicant, you heard from a resident. Public hearing is closed. If I didn't, it's closed now. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no.
Madam Mayor, a motion needs to be made.
Are we on the motion now? I thought we was on public hearing. Yeah, a motion. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no.
We need a motion and a second to approve.
Yes,
Right, okay, let me say this, can I get a motion? It's the same thing, but can I get a motion to approve or disapprove? Okay, council, anybody? What do we happen when no one say anything?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we get more clarity from the owner? Because what he said.
Okay, let me get him up here. Sir,
Okay.
while he's talking, you can talk, Councilwoman Cobb, as he coming.
According to what you've said, is that when anything or anyone walk into your club or your bar, you will have police or you'll have some kind of observation for persons there.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, currently, right now in our establishment, we have 10 security that operate our building next door.
So if she walked into your club and she was drinking, but was staggering on her way out your door, there would be someone there that would observe her and would counsel.
I want to be very clear. This is not a club. It's not going to be a bar, okay? The people that are going to be associated with the event will be allowed in there by the people that established the event. We're not going to be allowing random people to impersonate on somebody else's event. That's not the intent for what we're doing here. We understand her concern for the alcohol. I want to restate that this is a step that we're taking to prevent things that are being brought up right now. Because not to say dress, I could have a BYOB establishment if I wanted to. We're already established, and we're taking responsibility for it, and that's why we're here today, looking for the alcohol permit.
So basically, it's a vineyard.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that, because this is a conditional use permit, the council could put restrictions on the hours of operation, what time they can be open, the time that they can sell alcohol during that time, if that's what you're trying to address a resident. You have that right to put not only that restriction, any other restriction, if that's your choice. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kendrick.
You just hit the nail on the head. That was kind of where I was going when I asked, what will be your hours? And I didn't get you told me nothing going past midnight. So when would you open up for an event?
I mean, it's going to be a scheduled event center. You're going to be able to rent that space for X amount of time. It'll be based off of however long you want it. It's not going to be open 24/7. You're not going to be able to randomly walk in on a Monday at 2 o'clock and enter the building.
I understand that
All right.
that piece where you said if a person has an event there And then just only those people that have been invited to that event, no one from the outside can come in and infiltrate the event.
Correct.
So how will you maintain that to ensure that only the people that's supposed to be there are the ones coming in?
So like I said, sir, we'll provide the security of the establishment, and we will also provide the bartenders and stuff. And whoever's hosting that event will be communicating with my security to allow people in or out.
Okay, so you're saying they will be at the door, at the front?
Absolutely.
With all of that?
So, yes, sir. And then actually, I don't have a diagram of the building, but it's actually set up to where you have to go through a very small area and go past people in order to get into the building. So it's not, people can't just walk in.
Okay, so with that, when we say time, what time are you planning to open?
I mean, we would stick with the state according laws of being able to sell alcohol, but I mean, if somebody, it's hard to say. It depends on what time your event would be. If it's 10 o'clock a.m., I mean, and on a Tuesday, I mean, we can open it up on a Tuesday at 10 a.m., you know. It's gonna be the spot that they rent. So I'm not just, I mean, it's not gonna be 6 o'clock in the morning or anything like that, you know. I don't imagine that somebody's gonna do an
Right,
event.
I'm just trying to get clarity for the citizen, because they talk about kids.
Real quick. When people come in and book it, he don't know what time the event gonna be. And when they gonna sell alcohol, that's what you're trying to say. Are you selling in the daytime or in the afternoon time or at night?
Right, that's what
That's
I'm
his
actually
question.
getting
Are you gonna
at.
sell it from the time that you open till you close? That's basically the question.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir, the floor. Any more questions? Councilmember Kendrick or Councilmember Alvarez?
I think, I don't know if this will help you any. Think of the Colleen Civic and Conference Center. Somebody goes in there and they put in an application to rent it, and they say, I want to have a birthday party for Jessica Gonzalez from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Well, that's going to be the hours that alcohol is going to be available. And once that party's over, then that building
Yeah,
is
it won't-
closed.
it won't stay open
If somebody
longer.
wants one from 8 p.m. to midnight, then that's when it's going to be sold, 8 p.m. to midnight.
No, I understand that. I just wanted to make sure the citizen was getting everything out of it that she was asking, because she was kind of like, we wasn't giving her the answer. And I
Gotcha.
could see her, she's been shaking her head on some of the questions that I asked, because those are some of the things that she wanted to know.
Does that make more sense to you, ma'am?
Yes, but I need to know whether or not that you're gonna put those restrictions, put it in writing, what he says the place is gonna be. And if they go out of business, that he won't already have in place, the ability to sell liquor by the drink, so that it'll become a neighborhood bar.
All right, so with that being said, Councilmember Kendrick, I'm gonna turn it over to legal, the restrictions. You heard all the conversation, where Councilmember Kendrick is trying to go, from what I get from it. He's trying to meet the needs of the business, but he's also trying to meet the needs of the residents. Sir, thank you. That's where we're at
I
now.
wanted one more piece that I wanted to address that she had brought up, ma'am, if I could have 2 seconds.
Yes, sir, and we'll get back to you. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
she brought up parking issues, and according to the standard, the parking requirements, we have 56 spots in that whole vicinity, and it's only requires 25 for that whole side of that building. So we
Yes,
are
sir.
within the requirements, and so there was brought up about parking on the side of the street, and that's not something we're interested in having, is parking on the side of the street. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So could you please assist Councilmember Kendrick and Councilmember Alvarez, thank you for giving your input along with mine. Councilmember Kendrick, question, could you help him with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mayor. So, I mean, the first issue I think that was been brought up is whether or not it could be brought on if she were to go out of business, if this business were to go out of business, that permit would expire at that point. So it would not be able to continue on to the next owner to allow them to automatically sell. That would be the difference between a BC1 zoning and a CUP. This would be owned by the owner. So if the business were to go out, that right would go away. Under the CUP, the city council is authorized to put certain restrictions on it. The ordinance provides that you can have different open spaces, buffers, screens, walls. We can require for regulations for vehicle ingress or egress. There's regulations on signs, hours, characteristics of operation, schedules of performances, and these are all just not a limitation, but these are all things that council can put on this permit, and the violation of these conditions would also work to effectively revoke that permit.
Okay, so you assisted, but if they violated, their permit would be revoked.
Correct. So that would be on the planning department. The planning department would be, Ms. Mesher would be responsible for putting forth the facts of why she believes it's violated. Then there are some appeal processes built into the ordinance that they can come back before this council to prove why they believe they didn't violate it. So there is going to be due process built into that.
Okay, council, y'all heard both sides. Councilmember Kendrick, thank you, sir, so much. What is your pleasure, council? Councilmember Kendrick is, okay, Councilwoman Gonzalez, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. Just one point of contention on these restrictions. And so I guess quite simply, just to clarify this for me. Out of the restriction options, under a conditional use permit, could a restriction be put under the conditional use permit that should it not be an event center, period, that it could not be a bar or anything else outside of the intended use as an event center, whether it's a year or not? Is there a simple restriction that can be placed that it could not be a bar or anything else outside of the intended use for this condition?
No. So the condition can be whatever this council wants to put on it. So as far as like I said, the hours of operation or whether or not it can only be sold in conjunction with an.
Thank you.
Okay.
They don't want it to be a bar, so that's my question. So if we want to say that, yes, absolutely, we understand event center, but we don't want the condition, we want the condition to be that it's a conditional use approved as an event center and nothing else. Should the applicant or business owner change that, what happens then, and can we put a restriction like that is the question.
So section 31456E1A includes circumstances under which a conditional use permit would expire. In addition to that, the council can also, because this is a conditional use permit, add additional conditions that would be incorporated into the body of the ordinance, such as you could add a condition theoretically that says that the conditional use permit is approved for use as a venue only and shall not be open to the general public, and shall only be open for private events or something along those lines. That could be incorporated into the body of the ordinance.
She's looking at me like that didn't answer it. Can it be a bar? Can they put restrictions, say 0 bar? Did you say that?
You can add any condition you want
Okay.
to a conditional use permit.
You're welcome. Okay, yes, ma'am, that was a question. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, thank you so much. All right, back down to Councilmember Kendrick and Councilwoman Gonzalez. What is your pleasure?
I would like, I guess, to make a motion of direction on this.
This is a motion, this is.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we put restrictions on this, and the restriction cannot serve alcohol before noon, and alcohol sales have to stop at 10 p.m. I think this will satisfy the citizens that are in that area, and it still gives the venue time to operate, just like the clubs out here. They shut down selling alcohol at a certain time before the club closes. So I think that would better fit for everybody.
So Councilmember Kendrick, if I understood your motion, is that the motion is that it will operate only as a venue, or
Alcohol sale.
alcohol sale can,
The venue can open up when it wants to open up.
so it's
just
only operating as a venue or a bar, or, I'm trying to understand.
As a venue.
Okay, venue, I'm sorry, sir, I misunderstood. So it can operate as a venue, however, they cannot sell alcohol before noon and after 10 p.m.
check.
Is this certain days or? So,
I mean, it's a venue, so it's gonna be open.
so, but
they
you
can
have to
it.
say it. I can't assume. That's what I'm
I
looking
want
at
it to
here.
be every day.
Okay, Monday, every day?
Yes.
Monday through Friday?
Yes.
So, okay, every day. Is that, sir, point of order, sir. You have to be recognized. Okay, sir. Give me one moment.
I
Yes.
just wanted to clarify, you said Monday through Friday, or did you mean?
No, it's every day.
Every day.
Okay. It was
7 days a week.
Mayor,
That's
you
what
said
I
Monday
got
through Friday,
from
and
it.
you said yes. I just want to clarify if it needs to be 7 days a week, or if it's going to be restricted opening on Monday through Friday.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry. You said 7 days a week or?
No, well, Mayor, you asked Councilmember Kendrick if he meant that it can only be open Monday through Friday, and I don't believe that was the intent.
No, Monday through, I'm thinking like Sunday, Monday, I should say Sunday through Friday. With that, I don't know. But is
Sunday,
it 7 days?
7 days a week, I think would be
Okay,
appropriate.
that's, okay. For clarity, all right. Anything else with that motion?
No.
Is there a second to that motion?
Councilmember Kendrick, just
Okay.
this,
Sir,
city
give me one.
secretary, to make
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
I.
We got a motion, I have to get a second before we can have discussion. So clarity to the city secretary.
Yes, ma'am.
So approved to operate as a venue with 7 days a week with the restriction to only sell alcohol between 12 PM and 10 PM?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Motion dies. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve this with the conditional use permit for venue only and not open to the general public.
Venue only?
Oh, excuse me, venue only, not, well, when I say venue only, it means not a bar. So I move to approve with the conditional use permit as a venue only.
And what'd you say about open to the public?
Oh, just move to approve as a conditional use, the conditional use permit as a venue only, but not open as a for general public use as a bar.
Councilwoman Gonzalez, you second that motion?
I did.
So I have a venue only, not open to the public as a bar.
Yes.
We have a second, a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. And it's good to have these conversations to try to get clarity. All right, so it passes 4-2 with Councilmember Kendrick and Councilmember Solomon being in opposition. And I'd like to thank legal for giving your input and helping us out, because we were all trying to understand the restrictions. All right, with that being said, Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready. Thank you, sir, for participating. Sir, thank you. Thank you. No, thank you for your patience and understanding. We have to work through this. Nothing towards you. We just need clarity from legal. Thank you. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
PH 26009, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Republic Engineering and Development Services on behalf of 5011 Cunningham Road, Colleen LLC, case number Z2537, to rezone approximately 15.3 acres out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and part of lots 71 and 72 and all of lots 73 and 74 out of Llewellyn Estates Number 3, unrecorded subdivision from A, Agricultural District to R1, Single Family Residential District. The subject properties are located along Love Spur, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the City of Killeen zoning ordinance by changing the zoning of approximately 15.3 acres being out of the Robert Cunningham Survey, abstract number 199, and part of lots 71 and 72 and all of lots 73 and 74, out of Llewellyn Estates Number 3 unrecorded subdivision from A Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for an effective date.
Council, Ms. Messer has gone through all of the slides. Would you like for her to go back through them? Council, okay, Councilwoman Cobb, Ms. Messer, come on, thank you so much. Thank you for being so kind. Councilwoman Cobb, whenever you're ready.
Mrs. Messer, I've had a lot of constituents to question me in reference to my service to District 3. What did the P&Z zoning say?
The Planning and Zoning Commission for this item recommended approval of SR1.
And what did the city say?
Staff recommended approval of R1.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is the applicant here? Please come up.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Terrio with Republic Engineering. I know there will be a lot of concerned citizens coming up tonight speaking about this. We've been working on this zoning case for well over a year now, trying a few different things, and we think we may finally be there now. I know there's going to be a lot of concerns about drainage, traffic, utilities, things like that. Yes, those things will be taken care of during the plating and the engineering construction plan phase of this project. We have done some work on the drainage to make sure that we can handle that with this zoning that we're proposing and have enough room for detention facilities, which we believe there will be 2 at this point, 1 on each side of the property. And we know there are some access issues that we will work through during the plating process. During P&Z, they did bring me back up for my thoughts on alternative zoning to recommend. And we spoke with all the members there that night, and I suggested SR1 over the other suggestions because if we cannot get R1, SR1 can still make this project work for the developer. While we would still love to have R1 zoning here, we can be open to the compromise of SR1, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Sir, there are no questions at this time, but if you're available, they probably will want you to come back up to answer some after public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Public hearing is open. Mr. Harley. Sir, I apologize.
So good, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Mayor,
Good evening, sir.
council members. My name is Harley Aguilar. I live at 5000 Charles Loop. So my backyard borders the land being discussed for rezoning. So we came last year, and some of the stuff was already presented. We got the vote from the city to not rezone this area. I brought in the issue of traffic. Some other people are going to bring some other issues that I'm not as familiar with, but I'm very familiar with traffic because I was a soldier who 7:30 and got caught for PT, drove to the house because there's not enough capacity on base to shower and change, and then at 8:45 I had to be information. So I'm very well know how the traffic in the area works, and Cunningham is a problem. It's a problem on Cunningham where it interfaces with East Stanch-Luter Road. So you cannot make a right if that person that hit the red wants to go straight, okay? So the traffic backs up, and then you only get a short light, a short green, and then you get stuck again, okay? So the problem here comes that people do cut through Oak Valley Drive, which is our neighborhood, right? So that is an issue already. And this is about to become a worse issue due to the development to the south, 300 plus acres that is being developed. I don't know how many lots, but it's a lot. A lot of them being duplex, a lot of them are going to be soldiers. There's not a lot of roads to get out of the area. There's Cunningham, that's the main road. Miss Cobb, she lives off Onion Road. That is a tiny, no sidewalk, bumpy, two-lane road that people are going to use, okay? But Cunningham is gonna be the main. And when people see that Cunningham is packed up, they're gonna cut through a neighborhood, because I've done it. I try to drive carefully. I'm aware of the risk. I shouldn't do it, but it happens. So this is something that I'm bringing to you for you to consider heavily, because R1, aside from all the other issues in this area, I'm okay with SR1. I'm one of the few who is okay with SR1. Some other neighbors are going to tell you no because of all these other issues, but SR1, it goes with the area, and R1, we're talking about 200 lots. Okay, we're talking about a lot of lots. For this small area, it's too much. And I'm telling you that from the traffic perspective alone. All right? Well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Mr. Gukaisen, are you speaking on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can come on and speak and turn that in to the secretary. Mr. Leo Gukaisen, you are already up here. You have 3 minutes. Good evening. Mr. Kendrick, you turn
Thank
that
you,
on.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council members, residents, City Manager. I wasn't going to speak this evening, but it's been brought to my attention, that this item is one of the things I have talked about before, and I know a lot of people disagree with it, but it's a loophole in the system that's being used to get this item through. The P&Z, from my understanding, voted against it, or down it, or changed it requirements, making it a PUD earlier, but then it was pulled for whatever reasons, and it was brought back to the P&Z as an R1. I understand the regulation and the ordinances and stuff. I'm well knowledgeable in those from my time on the P&Z. And I said it before and I'll say it again. This is nothing more than a loophole for this item or any item to be brought back up. It was not approved or pulled for whatever reasons, I do not remember, but it was re-brought back to the P&Z, changed. Same basically design, same this, that, and the other, but now it's a R1 instead of a PUD. This is a loophole that should not be allowed. You know, I'm not against development. Developers develop their property, but they should not be being able to take advantage of a loophole. Everybody's talking about the plotting. This body, in the last year or so, had changed the ordinance that now does not require plotting to come back to anybody. You will never see the plotting unless you ask for it. It's going to be done and approved by an individual in the planning department. P&Z doesn't even see them anymore. They took that away from us. You'll never see about any of these problems that the residents are talking about, how they're going to deal with when they're plotting, because it's not brought back to you. This is the only time you'll hear of it. Either you'll approve it or disapprove it, and it will go forward if it's approved, and you'll never know the answers. The citizens won't even know the answers because it's not brought back up again anywhere. Unless they petition or ask for an open records request, or one of you find the council members ask to see it, no one sees it again. I was against that too. The people have the right to know. And shielding it from the people is not the right thing. I've said it before and I'll say it again until they haul me down 195 for the last time. People have the right to see what their government is doing. And the government should answer to the people. And preventing documentations and things from getting back out to the public is wrong. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat,
Thank you,
individual.
sir. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. No, thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Leo Gukaisen. Mr. Richard Davis. Sir, good evening. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Madam Mayor, council members, I wasn't aware of this meeting until yesterday. I never got any paperwork saying that do you agree or disagree? And I'm opposed to this situation because my property is next door to this property. And I have, and it's a wildlife menagerie. I got a bunch of turtles because I keep taking them, putting them over on the field. I got road runners, I got rabbits, I got deer, and that is all going to go away. And I've spent my life in defense of this country, and I think I should have a say in to what goes on in the community that I live in. And it really bothers me. I think this should be tabled until EPA checks out bloods about the environment alone. Because when they start tearing the topsoil off that land, my yard is going to look like a dust storm. And excuse me, I am already on oxygen. I don't need that dust coming in my yard. And if anything, SR2 I would be in more favor of, but to destroy, wildlife, to me that's wrong. And it's up to you to decide what's going to happen. But if nothing else, this should be tabled until the right people investigate the flooding, the wildlife, and because the guy that owns the place doesn't even live in Texas. And you have somebody from somewhere else telling Texas what to do. And I'm really kind of upset about that, but that's my opinion. And hopefully you guys understand what I'm trying to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. Michael, he stepped out. Ms. Heather McNeely. Good evening. You have 3 minutes. When he come back, I'll call him. He just stepped out. I know he's here. Good evening, ma'am.
Hand this to the secretary can you hand that to the residents, or the council? Those are photos for the council to look at in the folder. If you would all look at them, I would appreciate it. One thing I actually, after listening to all of you with this new state laws and the lot sizes, I would like to point out that if they leave the current zoning as AG of 5011 Cunningham, they can still build about 70 homes on that property because the front part of 5011 Cunningham is already zoned R1. So a portion of it is zoned R1, and if they leave the rest AG, they can put in 70 homes. The same way Gilbert Estates found a loophole around that when they did the yellow stain, and they only notified themselves. When the city council approved 8 lots in 2017, as Ms. Nash King approved when she was sitting there, 8 lots. 5 months later, it came back plotted at 54 and no one saw it, and 54 homes went there. Same thing can happen here. If you allow a rezoning of this, even to SR1, they can still put in 220 homes, actually about 180 because the front portion is still R1. I'm not even going to go into the massive flooding. You all should be aware of it, and hopefully you've read the emails. But I also want to let you know that they are rezoning the mass property on Love Spur. Yet city staff is only showing you photos of Cunningham. So I'm showing you photos of Love Spur, of an 8-foot driveway that is a city road, right? Are we sure it's a city road? And also the fact of the land that's there. That land is a natural preserve. It is protected. And the drainage pond that was presented for the PUD would drain into my property and a natural preserve. What environmental studies have been done? How can we as Donut Hole residents trust that you are given the right information? Or maybe you're just given selective information. We are still on septic tank in the donut hole, but yet the city staff filed with the state of Texas that all septic tanks were removed out of city limits, and you spent $20 million doing so. Where's the $20 million, and why am I on septic? And who filed the false reports with the state? We all understand this is not going to stay empty, and nor do we expect it, but believe it's in the best for the area residents and the rest of Killeen that it should stay AG1, because he can still build 50 to 70 homes on it with keeping that zoning. Because the moment you approve, may I have one more moment, 1 more minute, please?
Can I say what I'm getting ready to say? Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up now. Your time.
Sorry, may I have
No,
one
it's
more
okay.
minute, please?
All right. Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Cobb. No. Councilmember Solomon. Council Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. Councilmember Kendrick. Councilwoman Gonzalez, 1 minute. Madam Secretary, please.
Sorry, I just lost where I was at. Your city survey said that residents are looking for large lots, but yet there's only 11 current homes that have over a half an acre listed for sale in the city of Killeen. You are chasing out residents to other cities. Salado has over 80 available at a half an acre. So there's no place for people to go anywhere. Your citizen survey states that. Also having a diverse area and having multiple areas. This is a rural community. Leave it as a rural community. Don't let what happened to Gilbert Estates happen there. Because once you approve this, there can be 220 homes there and nobody will have a say. And the infrastructure's not in place. Mr. Alvarez, you said we shouldn't be building infrastructure for developments. You stated that. And that is what would have to happen here. Love Spur would have to be developed.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael Fernino, sir, you have 3 minutes. So you don't want to speak? Okay, thank you. Melissa Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Just like to let you know that Ms. Hallmark had submitted a request and she sent her speech in with somebody else to read on her behalf. So if you would still call her name, that would be great. So there is well above the 60% threshold to require a supermajority if you account for the people who did not have a chance to sign the protest or return the letters that get to them the day before it's due. And the additional protest petition that was submitted to the city staff this morning that individuals had previously signed when it went to P&Z for the last R1 and was ignored. And we were told that that doesn't count because this is a new case. This isn't a new case. This is exactly what came to P&Z last time. This is a build-to-rent rental complex, not a subdivision. It's not subdivided. This is a rental complex. It's like an apartment complex with little tiny houses instead of apartment buildings. If you want to solve the issue, you'll have this as an AR1, which is what was originally recommended by P&Z, or at least an SR2. By the way, there's not a second ingress egress, so they really should be limited to 30 because otherwise they're encroaching on other people's property. But what I really want to get to is what I had passed along to you earlier. What you saw was a picture of an ornate box turtle, which is native to the Southwest, including Texas. The other forms that were included in there show you the conservation nature status of those ornate box turtles, which shows them as being not endangered yet, but they are listed as a critical species under the Conservation on International Trade in Endangered Species. They're also listed as critical in Texas, listed as an S3, and in the United States, they're an N4, N5, which means that they are declining in population and at risk of becoming endangered. A lot of the reason for this is because of their lifespan, their late in life reproduction cycle, their gestation period, and the fact that more and more of these turtles are losing their homes, their habitat, to housing development coming in and to being killed by vehicles on the roadway. For a very long time, there had been turtle crossing signs down Hope, down Love, down Cunningham, all the way in that area because there are turtles that live there. Those signs have gone away, and if you drive down there during mating season, what you will see is a bunch of crushed shells in the middle of the road. We are killing a species that is on the verge of being an endangered species in the state of Texas, to the point where Texas Park and Wildlife is monitoring to see how many can be spotted. The ones that we do have tend to be in state park areas, not out in the wilds, not out in their natural habitats. And when you move them, they are no longer able to recognize their home. They're not able to recognize that new spot. These are not animals that can be relocated. If you don't believe me, then table this and go do some investigation. But I provided you with the documents that show nationally this turtle is becoming more and more endangered. It is
Thank
highly
you. Your
vulnerable.
time is up.
May I have one more minute, please?
Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Solomon. Yes. Councilmember Adams. Councilmember Kendrick.
It's 3-3.
No.
Okay.
Public
So
hearing
we'll
is
take the animals
closed.
and we'll put them on the ark, right?
So as we get ready, Ms. Mesher, can you come up, please? So I have several questions. Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing open. Is Ms. Sue Hallmark here? Ms. Sue Hallmark. Okay, give me one. Can another person, someone else signed up to speak, but they're not here. But she has, yes, sir, they're not here now, but they would like for her to speak on their behalf. But ma'am, would you just sign a form? It's easier, that's okay, just sign a form, and this is really our protocol, because it's late, but to keep down chaos, just sign the form, we can move on. Oh, the answer was no. She couldn't do it, but to keep peace, I just say do it. Yes, ma'am.
Voice.
State your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Beth Wilson, and Ms. Hallmark wants you to know that she took her first breath in this city. She's 93 years old, and she will probably take her last breath here, and a lot of concerns are addressed in what she wants to say. It says, I'm speaking, good evening to all of you. I'm speaking against the plan for the Cunningham property. I have not seen a plan for the new development, so I don't know where the drainage pool will be or how many houses. If the developer decides later to rezone again from townhouses to more homes, like Thousand Oaks did, that's a very big concern. I'm still concerned about drainage, traffic, entrances on Cunningham, and the entrance on, the entrance to Love Spur. Who will be able to use the entrance? The cedar break on the west boundary of this land is where the deer bed down at night. It would be a shame for them to lose their home. I'm totally against more homes with this area. Does every inch of the land have to have a building on it? Answer. I'm waiting.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to answer. I wrote down questions, but you still, I don't want to be on your time. You still
Okay,
have
no,
51.
That's her statement.
Okay.
She has those two questions, basically. is-
Yes, ma'am. And to answer that, if someone owned the land, just say hypothetically you own land, you have the right to build on your land. If you pay taxes on it, you own it, your family own it, it's really your land. Just like me coming trying to tell you what to do with your land, with your house. You're not gonna like it. But to answer your question, if they pay, that's their land. They own it, they pay taxes, they have a right. Just like you have the right to tell me I can't come on your property. It's yours. So to answer that question, it's theirs. They have that right. Now, whether the council do it or don't, it's up to them, but yes, ma'am. But if you're finished with your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mesh, you're gonna be answering some questions, and maybe that can give you some more clarity, but the simple answer is yes, it's their land. Thank you. And you can turn that, okay, you got the phone? Okay, thank you so kindly. Ms. Mesher, you are a team player, and I appreciate it. There are lot of things we got to tear through, starting with Mr. Richard Davis. I think that's his last name. Some of his concerns was EPA, environmental, flooding, those things, and I know this is the fourth time it's been brought to us. One thing I want to say, a resident do have the right to speak, but an applicant do have the right to pull their item if they choose to. So, yes, ma'am. So could you, I know I'm asking you a lot, and legal, you can jump in, but this, we need to just go for it. That's what Mayor Pro Tem said. Let's just dig in it. Can you try to weed that out somewhat? It was just so much said that some of it, I know for a fact it's not true, but some of it, it's a gray area for me.
Are you
So-
wanting me to clarify the,
EPA, I want to start with Mr. Davis, because this is his first time that I have seen him. His was EPA, do we need to do EPA, for EPA to come out, environmental, and is there a flood? Is there something wrong with the land, endangered species, all those things? Is any of that going on?
sure, so as with all requests for development, the zoning process is the first step, right? So the request tonight is just for land use, and from there, the applicant would submit a preliminary plat. And with the preliminary plat, we would review for things like drainage and connectivity and ingress and egress and floodplain mitigation and traffic mitigation. All of that occurs during the preliminary platting phase. That's also the point at which we look at parkland dedication and all of those sorts of things. Tonight is just, as you know, the land use component.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so all these things, the first two times, really, because the third time he pulled it, but we have already asked these questions in the first two. And is there any endangered species out there that we need to look into?
Tonight's the first time I've heard about any endangered species. I'm not aware of any. That doesn't mean there aren't any.
Okay, and also, so you addressed the flooding, you addressed the EPA, the environmental, you addressed that. Okay, the loophole. Is there a loophole? Okay, this is my gray area. So he brought it back twice and he changed it up. He has that right. Ms. Brown, please stop. Ms. McNeely, please stop, and I apologize for that. Let me talk in the mic. To go back to the loophole question, would you, that's my gray area right there.
Yes, ma'am. So,
And you probably answered, but maybe I missed it. Could you
do you want? Would it help if I went back to the presentation?
Yes, will you please, so
Okay.
we can put this to rest? So the council can get clear facts. And I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, I just want clarity.
So Colleen Code of Ordinances, Section 3139H, states that when a petition fails to be approved by city council, meaning it's gone all the way through P and Z to council and has been voted on by the council, if it fails to be approved by council, it cannot be resubmitted for 12 months. unless it's substantially changed. So we've had 3 requests on this property.
ma'am.
The first was for a PUD.
Yes, ma'am.
That went all the way through the process and was denied by council. Subsequent to that, they submitted a request for R1. Per the code, that is a substantially different request. So they got to turn that one in within the 1-year period.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, again, it was a request for R1, and it went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. P&Z recommended disapproval, and they pulled it, meaning it did not go all the way through the process and was not disapproved by council. So based on the language in 3139H, they were allowed to resubmit within the 1 year.
Yes, ma'am. So for clarity, it has nothing to do with the council or you. The process is set in place that's much higher than us, and we have no say in it.
And that's an ordinance that's set forth in our code of ordinances. That's nothing in state law. So theoretically, if the council wanted to make that more restrictive, you could with adoption of a subsequent ordinance.
All right, any questions? Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
We go through this every time. But important to know, it's Mr. Davis, this is my first time seeing you, and I want to make sure that your questions, and everybody's questions are answered. Councilmember Kendrick. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am. I think it was touched on. I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
So when determining if a land is a natural preserve, I know there's several entities in Texas that actually make that determination. Like I think it's Texas Parks and Wildlife, TCEQ. There's several of them in Texas. Was this land determined as a natural preserve? I would like to confirm that.
I see a no. Is that a no or yes? Mr. Zager? Thank you, I forgot that question.
So the,
Texas has a lot. There's
Right.
several entities that are
So
required.
usually
for-
things are dedicated as a preserve or something. I think the area in this question is typically the floodplain area, and that is what's dedicated or shown through FEMA. So right now, it's kind of that indeterminate what the elevation is in that area, unless you do a big study on what that flood area is adjacent to the property. But there's no dedicated preserve or forest area or anything in this area has some restrictions. It's really just the FEMA floodplain's the only one in this area.
Understood. Thank you.
So.
Price Family Trust is a natural preserve. It truly is. It's on Belcat.
Okay. So, with that being said, any other council? All right. Public hearing is closed. I think I closed it. Councilmember Alvarez.
Mayor, I move to approve PH 26009 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Councilmember Gonzalez. All in favor, yes. All opposed, no. Motion carries 6-0. We will now go into our discussion items. Madam Secretary, Council, we have 4 more items, and we're just gonna go through this. Discussion items, 2025 pending motion. Madam Secretary.
DS 26004, update regarding unfinished 2025 City Council motions and directives.
Thank you. Mr. Andy Wallander.
Wallander. Good. That's close enough.
Okay, Wallner?
Wallander.
Wallander.
Wallander. Yeah,
Okay,
right.
Wallander.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Okay, so tonight I'm bringing to you the a report on the 2025 pending motions of direction. So these are all ones that were passed in calendar year 2025 and just the current status. So on July 1, and we had 2 motions of direction, one for consider funding for the IBCC for no more than $50,000. And then we also had to consider the funding for KEDC with funds left over at the end of FY25. Both of these are pending the FY 2025 audit, which is anticipated to be completed in February, March of this year. So that'll be brought before you at that time. The next one was from July 15th of 2025. The motion was to spend and reserve $1.8 million in CIP funds for the reunification center and direct staff to continue search for community partners to manage the reunification center operations. So an update on that is currently scheduled for the February 3rd, 2026 City Council meeting. And October 7th, 2025, the motion of direction was to place on a future agenda to discuss land banking alternative and ways that we can address the growing number of vacant and dilapidated structures within downtown Killeen. Again, that is being prepared to be brought before this, the council at the next City Council meeting. And that's
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Now, Madam Secretary, next item. Thank you, sir. That was your first presentation. That was quick, but I thought it would be, but don't, I'm going to talk.
That's my second.
No, sir. I'm going to talk to you offline about that. I do have some questions. Madam Secretary.
DS 26005, update regarding charter review procedures.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. So this is the charter review that was initiated. It's been concerned with the passing the resolution of changing of the election dates. Just as some background, the charter is a fundamental governing document for a home rule city in Texas. The charter may not be changed more often than every 2 years. The City of Killeen's charter was last amended in 2022. It is amended by a popular vote at election. And the City Council may establish a process to formulate the ballot issues, and including establishing a review committee. So here's just a quick rundown for the procedure for a charter amendment. First is to review the charter and to prepare what amendments the City Council believes are necessary. Then working in conjunction with staff and our department, the next step is to draft that proposition language. And then so every amendment, this language must encompass an issue, and it can only contain one issue. So there must be a different language for each amended issue that wants to be brought forth. The next step is to call a special election in order to bring forth. You publish the legal notices and then actually hold the election. Depending on what the result is of that election, council then adopts an order declaring that the amendment is either adopted or not. Then there's certification of the amendment to the Secretary of State. So here's the current timeline. The current timeline in order to get a charter revision done and to get issues on the November regular election. So the August 17th would be the last day for the city to call a November 2026 election via the ordinance. That would have to have all the review completed and have all the language and everything ready to go on the ballot. The meeting before that would be August 7th. I had these. So August 4th would be the immediately preceding regular city council meeting, so that would need to be either brought at that meeting or be brought at a special council meeting sometime between August 4th and the 17th in order to call that election. Then those would be brought forth on the November 3rd uniform election date. So what staff is asking tonight is a scope of, the direction is both the scope of the review and then who the city council would like to conduct that review. So the two options for scope are to review all 152 sections of the charter or to limit it by review by certain topics or sections and articles. Secondly, the review can either be done by the entire city council or it can be done by a review committee of citizens. And I believe that was it. Yes.
Thank you once again. Real quick, so council, we're going to talk through this real quick, and then someone's going to make a motion of direction. So for the scope of the view, you have two options. We can go through the whole charter, or do you want to come up with everybody look over it and pick out the things that you want to see change. So we're going to start with Councilwoman Gonzalez, and we're going to work our way down. So what's your preference on the scope of review?
The way in which we've done it in the past, to do the review and then bring back the individual options.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To bring our individual options for review.
Okay, so you want two?
Yes, ma'am.
Limit review by topic of certain sessions/articles.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Kendrick?
I'll go with two, too.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Go with the whole thing.
Okay, you go with one. Okay, Councilmember Solomon?
I would want to limit review by topic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilwoman Cobb?
Limit review by topic.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Alvarez?
I think if we pull out the certain sections or articles that we're concerned with or we believe is concerned, I think would be most prudent.
Okay, yes, sir. So someone gonna have to put this in the motion. So from what I hear from the council, I do know for the scope of review is to review, us limit review by topic of certain sessions, articles. Sessions/articles. Okay, we established that. All right, the second thing is who will review. So council, Councilwoman Gonzalez said it, the city council, you can look at it and go through it with the recommendations, or you have the right to have a charter review committee of citizens. So those are your two choices. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Can you give me just a moment, ma'am? Yeah, give me just a moment.
I'm asking you, do you know which one?
Rephrase your question then for me, please.
It's this. We have two options. Like last time, the council did it.
Right.
Or you have the option to come up with a charter review committee of citizens. I started down here with Councilmember Alvarez.
Yeah, please,
Give you a break.
because I was torn, and the reason why was I just preferred the submissions.
Right.
That's not an option, so I just need a moment, please.
Okay, yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Councilmember Alvarez, what is your option? Citizens or council?
I feel that we've reviewed it in the past, and I wouldn't be opposed to either one. If it was either by us or a committee of citizens, I guess whatever.
Well, we do have to choose one because the staff need a direction from this council.
All right. Let's do a committee.
Councilmember Cobb.
I believe the city council should review it, but I also believe that we should bring one member from your district, not a whole
It's
committee.
or.
Okay. So we're gonna say, I don't want a whole room full of people. That's what I'm trying to eliminate.
You can say that. You can make a motion and say that each council member have a representative to
Yes.
sit on the charter review.
And that's what I think. I think that the city council should bring a representative from their district. Just not a room full of people, but one person, so that you will have someone out of your district to tell you what people want. I believe in people. I really do.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we have two so far with charter review, so therefore, Councilwoman Gonzalez, that's charter review. That's three. Councilmember Solomon?
Charter review by committee.
Okay, that's four. Mayor Pro Tem?
I say charter review, but I remind the council that we still make the decision what goes on there, so we're going to be reviewing it.
It's going to
anyway.
come back to us.
Right.
They understand that.
Okay.
Councilmember Kendrick? Stop that face.
I will go with the consensus to where we hear the citizens too. And I agree with Councilwoman Cobb with each representative of a district having someone sit on that
All right.
board.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, so then just make sure that then at that point, would there be a parameter set on this as far as
Yes, ma'am.
timeline, time limits, things like that?
So what Councilwoman Cobb stated was to get a representative. So before we leave on this item, all this going to be put in place. They'll have their directions. They don't have to keep coming back to us. So we agreed on two things. The first one, sir, is to limit review by topic of certain sections/articles, and the council all agreed that the Charter Review Committee of Citizens. Now, going back to Councilwoman Cobb, do you have a timeline? 'Cause sooner we can get this going, the better for them, because we have to have all this completed by, I wrote it down, I think it's August the 3rd, is that?
Correct. August 3rd, we're looking at
Right.
hopefully to have the language completed in July.
Right.
So it's-
So since we're using citizens, and then it's going to come back to us, and we're going to make changes, we don't want to run staff around. So are we looking at by the 20th, everyone can have a representative, Councilwoman Cobb, by the next council meeting?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
will have the names to him?
We can.
Okay.
Because I'm sure
That's-
that the citizens that hear you speaking and would like to be that one person will let you know.
Well,
They'll see you somewhere in the streets, in the grocery store,
right,
in
and
the
if they
hospital,
don't,
anywhere.
and if they don't, would you please select somebody? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 council members, please, by the 20th. Before the 20th, we come in, please have Mr. Wallander, got it? Okay, great. Give him that, yes.
I wonder, can we set that to 8 in case we have this seat filled and also you? To have a recommendation, so we have 8 members?
Well, they need it now, so we
No,
try.
I mean, when we come back with the number, because right now it's just 6 of us.
If that position is filled,
Right.
that person, they can come along, and once it's filled, and we can allow them the same opportunity.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, since we're doing a motion of direction, that we set the number at 8.
No, I won't do, I'm not for that.
Okay.
Because I don't know if the council, how they gonna, I know they're gonna fill it, but I don't wanna do that. I just, whoever come, the motion of direction is simple, that every council member bring back a representative to be on the charter review.
I think we're saying the same thing, I was just saying the number.
No, we're not. Okay, there go one.
Madam Mayor,
Oh.
let me just add that could we do it by your official email? Because the first person that sent it to the email will be the first person that served for me on the committee, that one person.
How they gonna know, Councilwoman Cobb?
Because we're in a meeting and we just said we're gonna bring one person. And if
Councilwoman Cobb, would
it's
you please
500
just-
people that want to serve on the committee, how am I gonna decide?
we'll
I don't
talk
care
about
who
this
they are.
offline.
They're just gonna be the first person.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Would would the council like city staff to advertise this, collect applications, or is this something that council is going to do on their own?
When you have applications, it's up to the council. I mean, Mr. Cagle, please.
What I heard the council say was you're going to pick one person.
That's
Each
what
of you
I
is going to
heard.
pick one person.
Thank you for trying to assist her. Thank you. All right.
I do have one, if you don't mind, one
Yes,
question.
sir.
Is the committee going to be the council and each individual select?
No, sir.
No, okay.
The way it was, I got from the
Okay.
council. You know how the committee go and they bring it back to the
Yes,
council?
yes.
And then the council with the staff
Yes,
make
ma'am.
those
Got it.
changes?
And-
Yes, sir.
Is the motion to bring that back at the next council meeting on the 3rd? Or what, I'm
We
sorry, you
hadn't
said
got
the
to, sir, we hadn't got to that.
Oh, okay,
that
I thought
point.
I-
I'm
okay.
trying to. We was dealing with Councilwoman
Okay.
Cobb. Oh, no, sir. I just used the 3rd as a deadline. Mayor Pro Tem said that. We wasn't even on that yet.
Okay.
Okay, so we all established on the 20th. We're going to have it before then. Okay, next question, sir. What do you need from us? No, this month. We meet this month. Oh,
No,
God,
today's the
Jesus.
20th.
I didn't mean the 20th. Our next council meeting is the 3rd. Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
So, and then the only topic is, so staff, we can bring forward recommended items to be
Yes, sir,
brought,
they do
or
that
if you want
anyway.
to bring that, so our office has just one recommendation regarding the election cycle. So we can bring that, but do you want to bring, council to bring, do we need to bring anything else, or?
So, wait, I'm asking you, sir, this is council jump in. When you give your opinion, which we already know that has to happen, the council gonna take the time and go look at it, and what ends up happening, they'll send an email to you, or they'll drop by your office, or they'll send it by, I'm just being honest. You're
I
gonna
got it.
get it from the hallway, they may see you in the parking lot. So just be prepared for that. So that's how that works.
Yes, ma'am. Shouldn't we have an agenda item on February 3rd for each of you to give the names?
Yes,
And
sir.
then you vote
And-
on that?
Mhm.
Yes.
And we also should have on the 3rd, if you agree with me, Mr. Cagle, the topics they want to discuss. They have time. You think they do?
That's up to the council.
Do y'all have time to bring back the items you want to see on the agenda to possibly be on the charter? I'm coming to you, sir. We'll come back, think on it. Councilman Solomon.
Selecting the charter review, why couldn't we just allow the ones that, why couldn't we allow a process of them submitting their names to the city? And if they're from the districts, then, we'll pick them from the districts. But everything can go.
You have at large, too.
Right. Why couldn't we just allow people to call in or email the city and say, yes, I would like to be on the charter, and we can pick from there?
Okay. Councilwoman Gonzalez, how do you feel about them calling in or
Submitting the name by email to the city.
sending the name? How do you feel about what Councilmember Solomon, do you want to go with that, or do you want to select your own person?
So, to keep things simple,
Yes, ma'am.
it can go one of two ways, right? And that's just how I'm thinking of it. And I do like the idea of just opening up a quick submission where it's open and closed in a 7-day window, maybe, or whatever it is, but we open and close a submission by district, right? So that we can review it and then we can choose, kind of like we do with our other committees, because then we would have a list of names, some which we know and some which we might not, but we want to consider, right? I think that would be a fair, just give everybody an opportunity to submit. I don't know how that would work, but that would be one recommendation.
Staff will have to work that out.
That
Councilman,
would just be one, or we go
Or.
through and choose. I can hold a town hall, and I can have people come. And if they come and they show up and they want to say they want to volunteer, then they can show up to the town hall and submit and sign the form there. So there's two options, possibly. I mean, we can consider. Go ahead.
we got to give the,
I know, but I don't know which one is best or easiest to handle.
Councilmember Kendrick.
I agree with part of what Councilwoman Gonzalez was saying. I think we should let them send in those names, and like Councilman Solomon said, then we select from there. Now, the council members that are at large, they will get to select from the a wide range. They will have more to select from than, say, me from District 4. So I think that would be the ideal thing, and citizens know they have an opportunity, and we put it out there for everyone that want to participate. So I think that's the ideal thing, of staying transparent with the citizens, and they understand and they do have a voice.
Okay, so do everybody have changed their mind? Are we going with, we gonna, it is, we already done moved on. So going back to that, Councilmember Alvarez, are you open for opening it up to the city to send out stuff to the residents, do the advertisement and everything?
I feel like I know enough people. I could make a couple phone calls and find somebody, but if that's what y'all want to do, I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so, sir, we're gonna change. What's gonna happen is that the staff is going to come up with a way to get all this information out to the residents. And are we gonna use the same application we use for the committees?
Yes, ma'am, I think that'd be best.
Okay, so we're gonna do boards and commissions filling out the applications. Okay, with that being said, what's the timeline on it? How long do they have?
Madam Mayor, I would recommend open
Well,
up
I'm
tomorrow.
sorry, Mr. K. Oh, Solomon was talking.
Okay.
What'd you say? What's the timeline you said?
Well, we're meeting back on the 3rd.
For the applicants, the people, how long, what time spans do they have to fill out the application? When do it close? When do it open?
Looking at the calendar, I'm saying in terms of we are meeting on the 3rd, then we only have a week. We have next week. And so I would say by Friday of the 30th.
So it's going to open up tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, thank you, Mr. Kagan. So, sir, it'll open up on tomorrow and close on the 30th of
30th.
January? Then the 30th, sir. Okay, and council, when will we go through the application? How does that work? Y'all individuals, the applications come in, the city secretary send them out to everybody, and you just pull somebody? Do we meet and go through that? Yes, sir.
Well, when they send the application in, they would determine what district they're in or at large, which we can pick from at large, but
At large is everyone in the city,
Right.
but is the city secretary gonna send it through email? Just send it to us. We're not gonna meet to discuss this. Is she just gonna email it and we pull out of there?
could do that. Yes.
Okay. All right, so did you understand what happened? All the applications come in, she send them out to us. And then it goes back to what you said, Mr. Cagle. On February the 3rd, we'll have that on the agenda as agenda item to vote on the process. And they're gonna bring in who they selected, and they also gonna bring in on the 3rd, the items that they want to be considered for the charter to change or to be updated.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, but we need to indicate which district they're from.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Okay,
Mayor,
yes.
one thing, in the possibility that a single-member district council member does not receive an applicant from their
I
district.
thought about that too.
Then they will just pick
They have to
somebody else?
select someone.
Okay.
And if we don't get enough applicants, you still will have to go out and select someone. Okay, and with the Charter Review Committee, when do they start to meet? He needs all of this.
I would
Let's go.
say as early as the 4th.
Okay, what day is that?
That's
And
Wednesday.
what's the location? And is staff required to be there?
I think so, because they would need the legal advice, and I would leave it up to staff to determine the meeting location.
Okay. Told you. So when are they meeting, council?
I'm thinking since it's their first meeting, the charter review, they set their time, and then we should set when their first come back.
I agree with you, but they got to meet first. They
Right.
got to come together. So when is that date?
So if we're announcing on the 3rd, the person that we've selected, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so on the 3rd, then I would say safely by, I would say give him the 4th, Riacos, Councilmember Adams, just to give people a proper notice. I think 24 hours is enough time for us to get schedules together.
And they're going to meet where? And who?
Can we meet here or?
Here.
Have y'all even what we got? We can say here, but staff, they have meetings. You got to get a time
for
when they're
sure.
going to meet. They have priorities too.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to dump this on them. We at least can hear what they have to say. Mr. Cagle, they want them to meet on the 4th of February. What time?
Madam Mayor, may I suggest that the staff would kind of like maybe set up the dates when they can meet?
I just thought since we came up with it, we could at least help them out. And the council came up with February the 4th.
But I'm saying what works for them.
The time.
Work for the
So
staff.
this is what we'll do. I'm sorry, Mr. Kagan, I know, caught you off guard. What we'll do, once we select who we want on the 3rd, we'll send out an email to them. Staff will work out the time and location. We already know the 4th.
Within that week, okay.
And then once they come together, Mr. Cagle, they can decide from there. Is that okay?
Sure, I mean, we're here at your pleasure. We need to know something like, do you want it during the day? Do you want it at night?
I asked them, but they didn't answer. Council, the question, the city manager is asking you.
Sure.
What time, day or night?
If I may, when I said the 4th, it was no earlier, I mean, that's the earliest date. But to allow staff time so it's not make the right doctor, an inconvenience to the individuals and the staff, and it's not a cluster. to allow them to go ahead and, they can set the tape for the first meeting when they're ready for them to meet, I guess if council agrees, within the next week, if that's enough time, Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir, but Mr. Cagle question to the council, do you want them to meet day
Yeah.
or night and what time? He
Yeah,
asking
I
you
was,
to
that was,
tell him.
that was the next step I was getting
Council,
to.
wa-
I was
okay,
actually-
can you hold up?
Sure.
What
it-
time and
Within the
day?
next week, and I would presume, because by then that time frame, they would have been able to survey the folks that are in to see a good time for them to meet. Because if we say it now, and then only 3 people show up, they can't meet. So allow staff to survey those that are appointed to see within the next week what time, and the time and date is that they can meet.
Okay.
It's back to you, Mr. Cagle. Sorry.
Well, my simple suggestion was, since we're involving the persons that are going to work, we'll say 6 at the Civic Center, and that'll be all to it. Civic Center's it's in the center of the city. 6 o'clock is when most people are off work. They're off by 5, they're home. That gives them time to feed their children if they have some, and come to the meeting for 1 hour, and we work.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't think that there's nothing, if you're bringing your stuff with you, you don't need but an hour. We don't need a whole lot of talking.
Ms. Brown, please stop being disruptive and have an outburst. So Councilwoman Cobb, so with that being said, you said February the 3rd, you wanted at 6 o'clock at the Civic Center. Wait a minute, I'm gonna come to you. She said 6.
I don't have the date.
Okay, so,
Somebody do the date, I just think 6 o'clock, Civic Center, 1 hour meeting.
we coming back to you.
No longer than 2 hours.
Okay, so we have 6 o'clock by Councilwoman Cobb at the Civic Center. Councilwoman Kendrick Gonzalez agreed with 6 o'clock on the 4th.
Okay.
You agree at 6 o'clock on the 4th. Anybody else agree with 6 o'clock on the 4th? Oh, it's 3 to 3, I agree. Okay, so Mr. Cagle, to help you out, it is on February the 4th, 6 o'clock at the Civic Center. So just like any other committee that we have, we already have the time, the date, and we have the location. This is no exception to the rule. Those things are in place once they're put on there. Yes, sir. Anything else you need from us?
Nope. That's it, Mayor.
I would just say one thing. People pay money to lease the Civic Center. There's most likely a place, but there might not be. I don't know. We just have to check.
Okay, do you have a problem, Ms. Cobb, if they meet here at City Hall?
No problem, I was just trying to make it convenient for everyone by putting it in the center of the city.
Right, but he
everyone.
said if there's no room available, they don't have anywhere to go. The safe place will have something here. It's
You
free.
think the board room?
People rent the rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor.
There's likely a space, but I can't guarantee it right now.
If there's no space, then we're gonna sit outside in the gazebo. You know what I'm
If it would
saying?
just, if it would be easy as a staff, we can coordinate with the people that are selected. It's going to be multiple meetings. This is not going to be a one-time sit-down thing.
Yes, sir, but the first meeting, council have given a direction by the majority of them that it will happen on February the 4th at 6 o'clock. And Councilwoman Cobb, if it's going to be here?
Yes, ma'am.
At City Hall.
If there's no place.
Is that a full decision?
It was Councilwoman Gonzalez, Councilmember Kendrick, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilwoman Cobb. It's 3 to 3. And I had the last say, and I
Excuse me,
went
Madam.
with it.
Can we just make a simple tweak to this? I agree with you, everything is good, but just give staff an opportunity to choose the location. Because if it's not, if the Civic Center's not available and we've got something happening here, just allow staff to choose the location.
We'll try the Civic
Oh,
Center.
you just
and
try the
then
location
we'll-
and-
If it's full, we'll get another place.
Okay, is that a motion or direction, Councilwoman Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can I get a second to the motion, Councilwoman Gonzalez throwing that pen?
I second her motion.
Yes, ma'am. So the motion or direction is, on favor, yes, ma'am. On February the 4th at 6:00 PM, with staff deciding the location, the Charter Review Committee members will meet. Is that correct, Councilwoman Gonzalez?
The Charter Review Committee members and council will meet.
No, not council.
The Charter
No,
Review
no,
Committee
no, ma'am.
members.
The Charter
I'm sorry, Charter Review Committee members. I'm sorry,
will
thank
meet
you.
February the 4th at 6:00, and
At the
staff will
location.
choose the location.
Correct, thank you.
All right, all in favor of that motion or direction, yes. All opposed, no. Oh, 4-2, motion of direction passed. Next item that we have is, no, sir, that was long. But everyone had an opinion, I like that. Update regarding the negotiation transfer. Madam Secretary, that item?
DS 26006, update regarding the negotiation transfer of a portion of Georgetown's Certificate of Convenience and Necessity.
Mr. Kanya. Good afternoon, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I want to just give you a little bit of an update of where we've been and where we're going as far as with the Georgetown CCN, or Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. On December 15th of 2020, the City Council directed staff to review the transferring of a portion of the Georgetown CCN with the City of Killeen's extraterrestrial jurisdiction, I can't say that, ETJ, make it easy. Since August of 2021, the city has been working with Freese and Nichols to evaluate the water infrastructure needs to extend the city's service area south into the current Georgetown CCN. On March 21st of 2023, city staff briefed the council on the results of this evaluation, and council gave a motion of direction to move forward on a future CCN transfer. This map, I want to just kind of highlight a little bit and kind of give you some orientation. You may see in the kind of the yellow area, that's the south part of the City of Killeen CCN. And then we have south of that, the green is West Bell's Water Supply Corp. CCN. And then you have all of this purple, which is Georgetown CCN. The part that's kind of in the salmon color, I'm going to get into that a little bit more. Right now, that is part of Georgetown's as well. But that, we'll talk about it in just a bit here.
Sir, is Killeen with the red around it? Where is Killeen?
Killeen is up here.
Okay.
And so it's, on the,
And I'm trying to understand, so it's gonna go from Killeen, and that yellow is Salado?
to the far east, just over here, is Salado. Yes, ma'am.
And where is, where we have in our industrial park too?
Oh, Industrial Park is way up here on the far east. It's actually off of this map.
Okay, okay.
No, that's not what she was asking. She's talking about the Wolf property,
Park.
which is
Okay.
on 195. It's not too far under where it says
Where is
Killeen
Wolf Park?
CCN.
Yeah, like right, I guess, in this area, somewhere in there.
Where I can't see it? It's not on this map, we can't see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you put it in green.
It's this area right in here. Can you see where I'm kind of, just a bunch of squiggly lines in green right there?
I can't see it.
Right there.
Oh, this is it, okay, okay.
All right. Okay. So how do I get off my squiggly bottom left? Okay, thank you. On August the 20th of this year, Georgetown briefed Killeen on their CCN transfer project. You may have heard a lot about that, but a lot was going on with them. Georgetown proposed to sell to Killeen a large portion of their northern CCN that includes 27.4 miles of pipe and 256 customers. I'm going to go back.
Yes,
And it's
please.
kind of this whole salmon area. The part that's going to be of concern, and I'll talk more about.
Sir, could you put a red marker
Sure.
around the part they want
Okay.
to sell?
This is all this salmon color, and then this crosshatch part of the salmon color, that's the part that had the 256 customers, has all of the pipe.
Where it on there?
Right through here,
Right here, okay, got it.
all right? So the Colleen had offered to enter into discussions for a smaller area of Georgetown CCN that is identical to Colleen's proposed 2023 CCN area. I'm going to go back again. So that's this salmon colored here, not the crosshatched part, okay? Georgetown at this time is working with NewGen to do an analysis for Colleen's proposed CCN area, the part that we're proposing to them that we would like to talk about transferring. Georgetown will then prepare the transfer agreement, and both Georgetown and Colleen can bring the agreements to their council. The city is currently waiting on the city of Georgetown to forward their documents. So right now, we're waiting on Georgetown. This map is just another one. It's actually from Georgetown. And you can see it's that same area that I was talking about before.
Sir, this map is a better map for me. So
Okay.
this is the area here that they want to sell, or that we want from them.
Yes, way back, again, in 2023 is when we had talked to you all about going with this area within the transfer. And then they began their whole process of trying to transfer a lot of their CCN, a lot more than what we're talking about here. And they came to us and offered not only this part, but also, again, that a little bit further to the west. It had a lot of assets. So it had
Which way?
256 customers right through here, right along 195. And it has a lot of, I think I said 27.4 miles of pipe and stuff. So
Yes, sir.
we're talking about quite a bit of money for those assets. This part here, that we're actually proposing, there are no customers in there. They don't have any assets within that
Right.
area of their CCN. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And so we were waiting, at this time, we were waiting on Georgetown to come back to us with their agreement documents. And then after that time, we would then be bringing something to this city council, as well as Georgetown would have to be taking it to their city council.
Yes, sir. So my question to you with all of this, and it's just, yeah, the CCN, why do we want it from?
Do you mind if, Mayor, if I answer that? Okay.
No, it wasn't. Mr. Kagan, I wasn't stopping you. They were down there. No, I thought they was, I was waiting for them to look at me. I thought they were talking. I'm so, okay, I thought y'all was talking. Go ahead, Mr.
So, first of all, to make one thing very clear, we have never offered to pay Georgetown any money for any of this.
Okay.
They did try to entice us to buy some that had customers and that we'd have to give them money for that, and we said, no, we're only interested in undeveloped property. If you want to transfer it to us, that's fine, but we're not paying anything for it. We've never offered any money. Now, the reason you would do this is because it is in our ETJ. Now, the ETJ doesn't mean quite what it used to, but it is still important. And I think the thing to remember, Texas is a very pro-development state. We can sometimes guide development, but we don't have a whole lot of say in it. But if you control water, then you do have say in what develops. And that is the real reason we would want to do it. We've given you the analysis from Freeze and Nichols, how much it costs to serve this area. That would be paid for by future development. But But the strange thing about this, Steve, if you could go back to the other map, the one with all the colors.
Well, thank you for that, but what I was trying to ask you, when I asked the CCN, why are we doing this, is the stuff in between it developed? Between where, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I wanted to go back to this map.
go ahead
We're in a
on.
really strange situation in that we have West Bell in between us and this area. But historically, what we've done is when area in that West Bell CCN develops, they transfer that CCN to the city of Killeen because they haven't been really in a position to support large new development. So eventually, at some point, I would think the vast majority of the West Bell CCN is going to be in the city of Killeen and most likely in our CCN. But the area further to the south that we're talking about, Georgetown, it's much further out time-wise, but it would be important for us if we want to have a say on what goes on out there. If we have control of the CCN, then we have some control over development.
Okay, so what I'm understanding, this is for future development in
Yes,
that
ma'am.
area. And, okay, that's what's throwing me off
I'm
West
sorry.
Bay. No, sir, not you, the West Bell CCN, which you saying eventually we'll take over it if there's a large development. They want control, so we'll own all of that, ETJ, everything?
A large part of it, I would think.
Okay.
A perfect example of that is this right
You got a
here.
question?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the Turnbow
I'm sorry,
Ranch.
sir.
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Gonzalez had a question, but can he
Okay.
answer that?
Yes,
for me
please, that's
quick?
fine. Yes,
You
ma'am.
Go ahead on, sir.
Sure. A perfect example of that is this yellow section right here that I circled in the green, and that's the Turnbow Ranch development that went into that, and that CCN was then transferred to the city of Killeen.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Thank you, because I remember this came up some time ago, and I've been taking classes on water, meeting with people on
Yes,
water.
ma'am.
It's
Yes,
very
ma'am.
complicated. I mean, hats off to you for doing what you do here. It's a very complex situation. I guess, Mr. Cagle, you said about the taking on the CCM potentially. Is Georgetown conveying any raw water rights as part of this transfer as well? Because I was told that that would be beneficial to us if they did, because otherwise it potentially could be a liability if they didn't. Can you explain that?
Sure, I can explain it. Georgetown took on a massive area that they don't have enough water to serve it. So no, they're not, they certainly wouldn't give them away, and they most likely wouldn't even sell water rights. We have plenty of water rights for future development. And we'll continue working in the future to develop more, but as we stand right now, we're in an incredibly strong position as far as water rights go and the ability to serve this area.
Okay, and then I'm not able to see this, and you might be getting to this later. There was a big development. I just want to make sure that I'm not, that Mustang situation, is that anywhere in relation to what we're talking about here? That big development that did not have any access to water? It's in Salado. So with us in this circle that you created, it's gone for me now, but I just want to know, we're just talking about the salmon-colored area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we would not then be obligated to provide water to the Salado area under this map, under this Georgetown CCN that we're referring to as it stands right now?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Councilwoman Cobb?
So would that bring back West Bell Water Supply Company that's out there before you get to Tomball?
Turbo Ranch?
They're already there. So that's West Bell. And you know where the West Bell's water company is right there?
It's right.
You remember where it was? Yeah. So we're gonna conclude all of this? Or it's already included? We're talking about the pink area. Okay, I'm just gonna go home.
They're right, their office
Yeah,
is
that
right there at
development.
Chaparral and Featherline.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, that part I missed about West Bell and all the development in that area, and that's what Councilwoman Cobb was saying. We'll take that, potentially, take that over as they continue to grow. So this is future development. Mr. Kager, you want to round this up, make sure we all.
Sure, and it's, who knows what the future of West Bell is? They have some developed areas that they serve that very well, we may never take that. I don't know, mostly talking about the undeveloped area in the West Bell CCN. But there is quite a lot there, and that that connects to that salmon-colored area that we're discussing with Georgetown.
And they could buy from us.
Yes.
Did that answer all your questions? Because you asked me and I didn't know, but this was our opportunity to ask. Everybody good? Sir, was that the end of your presentation?
It was. The last line
I didn't
is.
see any, ask me my comments, recommendation. I missed that slide, right?
We're waiting on Georgetown.
Yes, sir.
That's the
Yes,
last
sir. I
line.
heard you. All right, good job. All right. Last item. Mayor Pro Tem, don't run now. We still got one more. We got one more, don't run. We got Madam Secretary.
DS 26007, update regarding Rosa Herford Colleen Community Center renovation and all unfinished street projects.
All right, so I see Mr. Kager,
Yes,
but I'm
ma'am.
looking at Mr. Zager.
I'd like to introduce it.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Zager's going to give you a lot of details, but I wanted to introduce this and give a big picture, especially on, or particularly on the road projects. The city of Killeen has never done, to my knowledge, can't find that we've ever done this, a total remove and replace. That is, you do that after you've done as much maintenance on a road as you can. And I think this has confused some folks because they look at what we've done on W.S. Young or Tremere, where we do a mill and overlay. That's a very high level of maintenance, but you just take off the top layer of asphalt, put a new layer on, and it looks like a new road. You can only do that when the base of the road is good enough to do that. If we had done a mill and overlay on Stagecoach or Bunny Trail, it would have come apart within a year because we're at such a point, you have to remove everything, remove all of the base. That is the most difficult road project that you can do. It's much more difficult than building a new road because you're in everybody's personal space. You have to leave the traffic on the road. You have to have everyone having access to their property. So it's very difficult in an area like Gilmer, which I was driving on it today. I heard we weren't finished, but I was driving on it today and yesterday, so it's open to the public. That was difficult in that it was a road that was well in excess of 50 years. And there was a lot of infrastructure there that we didn't know about, that we encountered after we started construction. That slowed that project down. And we've got two other projects, Watercress in particular, that I want you to understand we're monitoring the construction very closely. And we got base laid down that was not the correct base. And if we'd allowed them to continue, that road would have fallen apart, just like Stagecoach did, almost immediately. So not only did they have to remove it, they had to, and the same thing on Stagecoach, they're just moving a lot faster. They had to go find a source of the proper material, and that took a fair amount of time. Now, there's a lot of other things going on with Watercress, but Stagecoach is back on track. Bunny Trail's open to the public, Gilmer's open to the public, and we believe we now have the contractor on Watercress motivated to go. But I just wanted to put the big picture out of there. The Killeen residents have never seen this before, a remove and replace. It is a very difficult task, but the finished product that you can now see on Gilmer, well, the landscaping and some of the extras haven't done, but Gilmer and Bunny Trail are open, and those roads are going to last. And that's the critical thing. It's more important to make sure that it's done right than it's done quick. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Zegers.
Mr. Cagle.
Yes, ma'am.
Since you're in the line of
Sure,
fire.
I'll take it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cagle, the base, would you explain two things to the residents? One, I know we had someone out there monitoring this, that's how they called it. And two, how long do you think with us making this adjustment, give them some kind of timeline, or Mr. Zager would do that?
Yeah, he's better equipped to do that.
Okay, so how did we know the base was not correct?
You test it, take it to a lab and test it. You have to have a proper the rock is crushed.
Yes,
but
sir.
the correct rock has these jagged edges, and when it's compacted, they lock up. If you don't have that locking up, if it turns to powder, it just falls, and that's how you get what's called base failures in the road, the massive potholes, the ruts all the way down the road. There are a lot of issues with the base in some areas of Texas, and we have some. If it's expansive clay, that's what will destroy a road, and try as you might sometimes, you're not able to deal with that. But you can even have 8 or 12 inches of concrete. If the base is incorrect, it's going to break up, and you're going to have a mess on your hands. And that's what we've been dealing with on 2 of the roads. So,
And that's Watercress and what?
Stagecoach.
Stagecoach. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zagers?
Okay.
Good evening,
Great.
Mr. Zagers. Welcome back.
Thank you very much again, Mayor and fellow council members and city manager, and that was a very good introduction. So we're here to provide updates on the Rosa Herford Clean Community Center and also our road projects. So to begin with, I kind of wanted to go over a quick review or quick summary of what do we do, how does a project get started? So first thing, we hire an engineer. When we have a project, we got to get engineer and architect on board. That's that design selection where we process the process of getting them to create the design drawings and get everything required to get permits and then get a set to get a contractor or just to do the work. You know, lay out what we're doing. There's 2 ways. You can request for qualifications. Usually that's when there's a formal process. You're going out, you're sending a advertisement in the newspaper, requesting consultants to submit their qualifications so they can say whether they're capable or not capable of doing a project. We do a lot of that when there's federal money involved. That's a required process when you get those federal grant dollars, so that's usually when we do those. The other option is we pick a consultant. We look out for consultants that we know they can do the job, they have a history of it. We look at their background and maybe we could interview them, but we just pick a consultant and we know someone that we feel positive that can do those jobs or have done them for the city before. And so those are really the 2 ways you get a consultant. And then from there, we then go to bidding. They design the project, they get the specifications, they get everything together, and then we bid the project, or how do we select a contractor. If it's under $100,000, we can reach out to 3 contractors, we get quotes. Whether they submit a quote or not, but we do have to at least ask 3 contractors to give us a quote, a price on what we're trying to build, based on those drawings and those specifications. If it gets over that $100,000, then we have to do that public bidding process where we advertise it. We meet with the contractor, pre-bid, answer questions that they have, and then at the deadline of the date, they will submit us a proposal or the bid documents. They'll give us the price and the agreements and the paperwork and all the things that we have required in that bid package. And then from there, we review it, and then we then go to select a contractor. It could be mainly on price. A lot of times it's based on a low price, but you could add other things such as history, demonstration you've done it, references, however you score it. But you have to have that clearly in the bid package. And then we go to construction. And there's really 2 ways to do construction. We could do in-house, which is the city staff, the public works, the parks, whoever do and build it. And we bid the project and we build it ourselves. A little more control because it's our own staff. But if we go to a contracted construction where we bid and we have a contractor, we have a contract. And everything that is done and how those projects move forward is based on the conditions stated in that contract. And then we are the owner. So our responsibility is to accept the work and pay for it. We cannot direct the contractor how to do a job. So the contractor, they're responsible for the project site, doing the work, how to do the work, getting it done, the progress schedule, and it's usually based on whatever days are set in that contract that that contractor has agreed to. But then there's always other conditions because it really comes down to that contract and what are those conditions. So that's kind of how this works. And again, now we're going to go on the roads. We're going to start with that because as a background, if you recall, the street reconstruction project, that really started in 2022, and that is the remove and replace. Like the city manager said, these are the roads that are beyond repair.
Correct.
It costs too much, and we're just wasting money if we keep repairing it. So we had to replace it, and it's taking everything out and putting it back with people living on it and driving down it. And then, so that created was funded through a certificate of obligation bond and through street maintenance fee. The selection of those projects at that time included Gilmer Street, Watercrest, Bunny Trail, Lilla Springs, and Stagecoach. And then also, we're working on Chaparral Road. So the latest bond in the 2025, we included final designs for the widening and replacement of Chaparral Road 1A, which is 195 to the high school, Featherline Road from Stagecoach to Chaparral, and Mohawk, the new portion of Mohawk off of Bunny Trail to Castle Gap. And those are all projects that are funded in the 2025 bonds. And then we have Rancier Avenue, which is fully funded through the TERS and then any grants that we can get. So with that, now we'll go from each project. So Bunny Trail, that project, again, is including moving and replacing everything within the roadway, within the right-of-way. We were looking at drainage improvements at the intersection of Stan Schluter. We were adding sidewalks where there weren't any. We were replacing the road, going deeper. The new road, the new section, which is asphalt, wearing course of asphalt, another layer of asphalt, that base course, that rock, is a lot thicker than what was there before. Before it was around 8 to 10 inches, we're closer to 17 and 19 inches out there. So we're building it to last. We don't want to go out there and maintain it for another 20 years. We'll do small stuff, but nothing like what we've just done. And then it's again going from, that's with that project. Then construction started in July 8th of 2024. There were 490 days in the contract. Now those are days that we say start to finish, but if there are things that pop up with late rain that prevents a contractor, that adds to those days. The project was substantially complete December 28th of 2025 with only a few items, some punch list items that they have, and the contractor has a month to get that done. So by the end of this month, this project will be fully done. But it is open for traffic. People are using it every day, and we're just doing some minor things. We're working on trying to do a formal ribbon cutting, but we're trying to plan it with the school and everyone's schedule. This project, with all the days, with all the considerations of rain, delays by utilities, it actually got done on schedule. Gilmer Street, scope, that included, again, full replacement and removal of the roadway between East Veterans and Rancier. It included roadways, sidewalks, landscaping, drainage. We're adding, pedestrian, we're adding more sidewalks that weren't any. So there's sidewalks on both sides of the road. Remove and replace, a neighborhood with a lot of people living on it, some businesses on it, and we had to try to maintain everyone's access at the same time. And yes, there were a lot of people who had headaches. The contractor, they're finishing that paving. Actually, there's only a little section left, and it's over at the railroad, but they were able to get ahead of our schedule when we were writing these slides, and it is open to the public from Tank Destroyer North to Rancier, and it is open for driving. So everyone, so that is all done. We're just doing some minor stuff left. And then, of course, we're waiting for the BNSF to do their railroad crossing, which is at their schedule. We're trying, but, it's like moving an immovable object with them. The construction started on January 22nd, 2024. There were 799 days in the contract. One of the main reasons there's so many days is those unforeseen little water lines that we really didn't have any record of that we found during construction that we had to replace. Some sewer, we put a brand new water line, we had to replace all the services. All those things that we're able to clean up our utilities on that roadway and put new water line, but it added days to that contract. The project is expected to be fully complete in spring. That's going to include the BNSF crossing, adding the street trees, working with Encore to add more lights. But everything is essentially on schedule with all the days, everything in consideration. This project really is on the schedule of the contract. Stagecoach. So this one was a little different. We're doing removing and replacing of the roadway itself, and that's it. We're not doing anything with the drainage. We're not doing anything with the sidewalks. We're taking out the road and we're putting it back. This first phase was really from East Tremere all the way to W.S. Young. I think I have the wrong project apps though, for this phase that we're doing. The overall project is 195 for East Tremere, but we split it in half. We got some favorable bids and we're able to do more than we originally thought. I think originally we were looking at 3 phases, but with the prices we got, we're able to split it in half and do 2 phases. And so once this project is done, we'll then bid out and start working on phase 2. The contractor did remove the base, put new base in, found out that it didn't meet our specification, they had to remove it again, and then put new base, find a new source and put it in. It just, once they put it in, they started compacting it, they were noticing they weren't getting their testing, they weren't getting those densities that needed. And then they looked at it, they went to a lab, they took it out, had the lab sample it, and we found out that what we were getting wasn't what we were being promised by the supplier. So we didn't want another Stagecoach, the original something occur where it falls apart, so they replaced it. The good thing is that they were actually ahead of schedule when all this happened, so they're really back on schedule with what they're done. If you've been out there, they were moving a lot of dirt. They were working on weekends. They worked on Monday, taking out the base, putting new stuff in. They're putting it all in, compacting it, and they're actually looking at putting the asphalt over that section starting in February. And then once that's done, they'll flip the road traffic over, and then they'll do the south half, which will go a lot closer, a lot quicker, obviously, since we've taken out all the problems and we have a good supplier of the base. And then that project started on July 14th, 2025, with 373 days on the contract, which puts it into the summer. So they are still anticipating getting this project done this summer. Watercrest. So this is another long project, same thing, removing and replacing everything. I'm starting to repeat myself with this whole removing and replacing, but that's what we're doing. This one, however, was originally a 4-lane road. Didn't function well, so with this project, we're replacing everything, putting in sidewalks on both sides of the road where there wasn't any area, there's areas on the north side that didn't have it. We're putting sidewalks in. We're adding a new traffic signal at Robinette. We're also narrowing this down to 3 lanes, so you have that east-west single-lane traffic with a turn lane in the middle, which will help access for all those driveways and all the side streets where we've been having issues in the past. Contractor, again, removed all the base material. And then we found out that it didn't meet the specs. So we had to have them take it out again. They've been actually working in a better way. Really in December is when they started really going to town, removing that base. And they went with a kind of a different way I've seen, where they brought in that milling machine just to make it linear, drive the milling machine, put it in dump trucks, and then have someone behind them putting the base down. So they've been really quick in getting that back and getting caught up with that, with getting that base replacement. They've also, at the same time, putting in that concrete curb and gutter with a machine instead of forming it up. They're letting a machine do it. And they've been working on the sidewalks at the same time. So that they've finally sped up their work, but they're trying to make up time because they understand that they're behind schedule as well. The project was scheduled to be completed this spring. Because of the weather delays, the supply issues of the base, also other issues that they've had, they are not going to make the schedule. They are going to be behind, and we're working with this contractor to define when we can or when they can get this thing done. Right now, they're looking at summer if they progress the way they are with one side with 3 phases. We're going to be looking at possibly talking to police and the school for making a one-way road for a few months, but we got to make sure everyone buys in on it. We're looking at creative ways to kind of get this thing done sooner than later. Construction started October 14, 2024, and there was 530 days originally on that contract. Willow Springs, we're on holding pattern right now because we're doing Stagecoach, we're finishing Watercrest. So the design plans, we stopped them at that 60% design. We're going to be getting another consultant to finish those plans, get them a little more in line with what's out there. And then once we get done with the second phase of Stagecoach, we'll be looking at putting this as the next road out for construction. We're a little ways ahead on, out for that. We want to finish the ones we've got so far. But that's where we are going to finish that design starting this year. Rancier. Now this project is a full removal and replacement of the roadway. We're widening sidewalks. We're making it decorative, different phases based as you get an entranceway, a gateway into the city. So it's going to, what we say, streetscaping with the nicer pavers, the aesthetics, the landscaping, make it look like an entirely different roadway. And then that roadway that really enhances as you walk, as you drive into that downtown portion. So also, really relocation of the utilities. So what's above ground, we want to put below ground. We are not going to do it the same way that the fiber optic companies are doing it in town. We're not following that model. We're going to be working with property owners. We're going to be dealing with every property owner as we go through the design, as we go through construction. We want to, everything is going in the right of way. We're not putting it on private property. The contract for this, the design contract was awarded for 100% design back in October of 2025 by the council. Design plans and tech dot coordination, we have begun. We're working with that. We're working with the utilities. We have 30% plans. We have submitted those for tech dot for review because that is a requirement since we do have state money involved already. Not a whole lot, but we have some. The consultant, right now, they're working on a RAISE grant, which is another federal grant. We're looking to try to get $25 million out of the federal government. That application is due at the end of February. So we're working really hard on that right now as well. Chaparral Road widening, that project includes realigning the road alignment past the high school. It is from 195 all the way into Harker Heights over into Stillhouse Lake Road. That roadway includes sidewalks, actually multi-use pathway, so we're trying to get bikes and pedestrians on that. Storm drainage, traffic signals, roundabouts, we're looking at pedestrian improvements, landscaping, and dealing with relocation of existing utilities that are through that corridor. We are widening the road, so we need a lot of real estate. Project has been separated into 3 phases. 1A, which is what we're currently working on, is 195 to the high school. Next one will be one from the high school over East Tremere, and then we're dealing with East Tremere over to Harker Heights. The contract, the design contract for 1A has been awarded to the consultant for the 100% design. That was in October of 2025. Right now, they're working on the design, and the right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to be completed in the fall of 2028, where hopefully we'll be trying to find some money, because right now we are not funded for construction, but we'll be looking for funds to get this thing rolling. We have some, but not all. Featherline, so on January 8th, 2025, we approved a professional service agreement, designed a contract with Kimley Horn for the design of this project. This is the roadway. This project, it does include widening the road to a 3-lane road for the whole length from Stagecoach to Chaparral. We're also taking into consideration 5 lanes in the future. So we will have something where we can design, and then in the future, if we have to widen, we already have everything in place for the design, so it'll be a little quicker. We're looking at drainage, we're looking at street trees, lighting, we're looking at the intersection of Malmaison, whether it's a signal or a roundabout. We're trying to see what's the best for the longest term. And we're also working with the developers on the west side for right-of-way acquisitions, any development we already did for the two gas stations where we're able to get right-of-way from them while they were doing their construction. This construction is anticipated to start in the fall of 2027. The Mohawk, as I mentioned earlier today, this is the project we're working on. So on October 22nd of 25, that's when we had a professional service agreement with Pape Dawson to do the design of Mohawk Road. This project is from Bunny Trail to the end at Castle Gap, where we currently have the right-of-way for the project. And then as the development goes on, they'll be working on their portion of Mohawk. This roadway is going to be a 3-lane configuration with, again, planning for 5 lanes if we have to in the future. But right now, all we need is 3 lanes, and then now in the near future as development occurs. The project is going to construct sidewalks, drainage improvements, street trees, street lighting, same thing as we're doing with all our major projects right now. And then we're also going to be re-looking at that intersection of Mohawk and Bunny Trail to see if we're needing a signal or any improvements of that intersection at this time, or if we can get one out there. Consultants working towards a 30% design right now, and in construction for this is also looking to begin in the fall of 2027. And then with the funding, kind of show what we're at. Gilmer is fully funded, Watercrest, Bunny Trail. The first Stagecoach is really fully funded because we're basing it off the street fees. We have enough money in the account to start bidding phase 2 once phase 1 is done. So that is really fully funded. Willow Springs, we're partially funded right now. We have enough to finish the design. We'll have to wait for the street fee to build up till we have money for that one in the future. Rancier is fully funded through either the CHRS, future bond through the CHRS, or grants that we're receiving for that. Chaparral Road, we're partially, funded. We have enough for the design. We have some construction dollars through K-Tempo, but we don't have enough for that first phase yet and the future phases. Featherline and Mohawk are also fully funded. Now that's with the roadway projects. Move on to the Killeen Community Center because there's a lot of interest in that. This is a little schedule where we're at. The project obviously includes remodeling and adding an addition to the existing Killeen Community Center at W.S. Young and VMB. Final design for this project was from April 5th of 21 through June of 22. We bid the project first in November 20th, 2022 through December 8th. We didn't get any bidders, so we had to go back out for bidding. So in February through March of 2023 is when we bid the project again, and we received 2 bidders, in which we selected a low bidder and moved forward to council and got approval. Construction contract was approved through council on May 9th, 2023. Construction start date was a couple months later on July 17th, 2023. Let's see, let me just pause 1 second. Okay, so starting then, in the fall of 23, while the contractor was doing the demolition, working on the project, we started discovering that the roof condition was a lot worse than we first expected. We knew that we were going to have to work and do a dressing on the roof, but we figured at the time of the bidding and everything while we were doing the design that we could have got the project remodeled before we did the roof. It was during the construction when it was discovered that wasn't the case. So they worked with that, looked at the scope, and by the time we found a consultant, got everything ready, we went to the council on February 24. The council approved a design contract with Engineered Exteriors to provide a roof design and replacement for the community center, and this is a full replacement. And the designs, they were completed in June. From May to July, we were working with the contractor. They were submitting some other issues. They were presenting, in this case, they submitted a letter claiming some delays. That was reviewed by the architect and was reviewed by the city, and that was addressed back in July 2024. On October 24, that's when we actually issued, by then we worked with the contractor went and found subs. We issued a notice to proceed for change order number 2, and that number 2 was for the roof repair. So that also added 180 days to that contract. So the new completion date per the contract was now expected to be in March of 2025. From February through March of 2025, they were working on the roof replacement. Through that time, we started finding some structural damage. When they stripped everything away, they started noticing that the pan deck, the structural steel, there were some issues that had to get addressed and replaced. Original contract had a little bit of area to address that, but we were finding a lot more. So working through that whole time, and then dealing with the contractor, working with the contractor, working within the contract amount through change directives. We were doing some changes to the contract that also added more time to deal with all this work, and that extended to the completion date down to August of 2025. In July of 2025, we actually issued another change directive to remove some items from the scope because we were starting to use the contingency that was already in there with all these structurals. We had to, within the main contract amount, trying to keep it within the same, we had to remove some scope to add more money into that contingency to help pay for a lot of these structural repairs. And then with that, we also added more days. So in August, we added more days to the weather and some of the other issues of the change directives, and that changed the completion date to November 2025. Now, in November 25, working with the contractor, added a couple more days for weather delays. It set the contract to be November 20, and end days to be on November 25th. So upon that day, we did notify the contractor, bless you, notify the contractor that liquidated damages, as per the contract of $300 a day, are going to start being assessed. And in December of 25, while contractors working to work on the roof, it was discovered that some of the insulation that was delivered to the site was exposed to rain, and we had to reject it. Contractor was working to complete that roof. Since then, they're working out there, getting new material, and the latest we've been told is the contractor is working to finish all the roof by the end of January. Now with that, the contractor has also submitted a schedule that's now showing that they're working hard to get the job done, but right now, the substantial completion of this project is scheduled for May of 2026. And then a little bit of the funding, our base contract is $7,416,835 as per the bid. We issued the change order 1 almost immediately, and it was a reduction of $18,000 because it was related to testing. It was material testing that originally was in the contract with the contractor, but as reading the contract, it stated that the city had to pay for it, so we had to remove that out of the contractor's bid, and we used a consultant, a contract we already had to take care of that. Change order 2 is the roof. That increased it, that $1,716,736.27. And that raised the total contract now to be $9,115,090.27. That number is important because we increased the project quite a bit. Per state law, all change orders on our project have a 25% limit. We cannot increase a project more than 25% of the original bid. So with this, it shows where where the bid can be is that $9 million, with 25% of the bid, that's $7,416,000 plus the 25%. The max we can actually have on this contract is $9,271,43.75. That's kind of that limit that we have to be really aware of, and that's why we've been working with the contractor with scope reductions or whatever we can do. We're all working together to get this job done. So that's really where we're at. And of course, when I said contingency, that was the amount that was in the contract that was for those unforeseen things, which there's a lot. We're dealing with a building in the 70s that's been remodeled once. Plans were, every time you open something up, you never know what you're going to find. So that contingency we had was originally $382,000.66 in the contract, but so it's a little kind of fluff that we can work with to deal with these without having to change all those amounts. But that's kind of where we're at right now with this project. This amount actually, the $9,271,000. Yeah, so this is where we're at right now. This is our contract. The original, we can't, with the state law, is 25%. You can add more than 25% than the original bid, which is this. This little math down here kind of shows that 25% is at $1,854,000. And it comes to, when you add those together, this amount here, the $9,271,000, $43.70, that we cannot go over that per state law. So we started with this, there's the 25%, and then that's where we're at. Mhm.
But I have a question going back on the beginning.
Okay.
So when we have the base, right, the base of a street, so the stuff that they use for the base, can we not test it prior to, why we cannot test it prior to putting it down?
So when we get a base, the contractor provides materials, they give us submittals from a supplier. The supplier is going to give you some test results. They're going to say, this is the base, these are the piles you're going to get it from, here's our test results. And we look at that and we review it, and we check those to make sure that they're within our specifications or not. They did. The supplier did, but as this project started rolling through and it started, some of it was working good, but as it continued, we don't know where it came from, but we started noticing differences. The contractor actually started noticing differences. That it wasn't acting right. It wasn't acting the same. The test results of the compaction were in the field were not being consistent. So they actually took it upon themselves to send that to the lab, and then it opened up a can of worms, really. I mean, we started getting to the point where we realized what we've been delivered wasn't what we originally were told to be delivered, and we needed it fixed.
That's good. So Because I don't know. How long does it take to dig up all the bad stuff?
Well, it took a while because it's, we're going deeper. So we had the road, you had the old base, so you're getting into that clays, so you're getting into that native stuff, which we also had to treat, so we started exposing a lot more clay, so we had to do something to that. It takes a lot of time because you're dealing with a tractor, a backhoe, and it has to go into a truck has to, take it off the site, and then depending on the length of the project, it could take weeks, it could take months, it could take years. I mean, we've got long projects. These are miles long, these are very big projects, so they take a while.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why we have so many days in the contract.
Yes, sir. And my other question, moving on, as Rancier, so you was talking about a $20 million federal grant that we're gonna apply for?
We are trying to get a $25 million grant, yes.
Have we applied for it before?
We have applied for it twice, and every time we're getting closer.
I know.
Last year, we were really good, but they didn't have any money in the project. Actually, the federal government didn't have the funding. Where this year, they're at $1.5 billion towards it. They were at $500 million last year. And this is a nationwide program. So we were really well. We got higher than we really thought we could. And we were on the top of the desk, essentially on the desk for someone to select it, but there was no money. This year, we have money. So this is our third time.
Okay, yeah.
They're familiar with our project, and hopefully we feel we have a really good chance.
Keep up the good work. My last question to you, because we just started, we ain't even got to it, maybe I need to wait. It was about Mohawk Extension. And how does it, well, there's no one here to tell it to, so I can wait on that. I just wanted to see how to tell us how that benefit the residents, but really, it's not anyone here to talk to.
Obviously, everyone in that subdivision realizes they're like one big giant cul-de-sac that are out there right now. So once we get Mohawk, they'll have another point of access to get the Bunny Trail. They won't have to just go one street. They'll be able to go south, use Mohawk, and get out of there a lot sooner, get in there. A lot more points of access, which will really help that out. And it also promotes that growth to the east.
Yes, sir, that's all. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The money we got, Safe Streets, how long can we hold that?
The streets, the safe streets? So we don't have anything for safe streets. We have the K-Tempo amount for like Chaparral.
Yeah.
Right now, we're trying to say we're going to try getting it by 28, 29. We're working with K-Tempo. That one, we feel we're comfortable. We can get to the next budget cycle for TxDOT with that one. It has been something that they're really pushing us to spend. Once we get Rancier, we start focusing on Chaparral, we start focusing on getting money for that.
Can we double check? I thought we got awarded Safe Streets money. It was originally for the Featherline Chaparral.
I haven't been aware for stage, I know the K-Tempo got they got their money for Safe Streets. I haven't seen what project they're working on yet. Matter of fact, the policy board meeting I had last week, they mentioned that they got the grant. They haven't told us anything on the details of it yet. But I know there are some sample projects that they're working for on that.
And then I know that when they get to the delivery date, and residents have asked me this, at what point do we start to penalize when it's not we don't add days because of weather or technical or any of the other technical issues?
As the project moves forward, that's when we have to look at weather days. We have to look at all those issues, and we can penalize them. Ultimately, we say per the contract on this day, there's liquidated damage that has to be assessed. But then it starts working into, well, are they working forward? It gets starts getting a little bit more of an issue where we go with the contractor, getting penalized these days. But that's something, our interest is to get the job done. We work with the contractor, what we can do to ultimately get that project done sooner than later, as fast as possible, and without any additional cost to the city.
And then lastly, are we intending on, I can't remember the term, if you can help me, Mr. Cagle, the community, the former, the grants that our congressman give. I know previously requested through Congressman Pfluger. Are we submitting anything to support any?
We did get one for the airport. When we did submit for Rancier, $5 million was the greatest we could apply for. We applied for $5 million. I believe they then reduced it to $1 million. And since that time, we have not heard back.
Okay, thank you.
But there would be something to keep up, following up on. I think Mayor Pro Tem had a good point. But they did give it for the airport. That was a big deal. Okay, focus. Yeah, that's me. Okay, anyone else? Councilwoman Gonzalez, okay, Councilmember Kendrick.
This thing to work.
Yes.
Councilmember, Solomon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. That was very good. I had one question over on Featherline and Chaparral. Now it's going to be designed as a 5-lane, correct? Yeah, I think that's what I seen in the presentation.
Correct. So right now, we're looking to build a 3-lane, but we will have a design for that ultimate 5-lane. We're not going to go build a 5-lane because we don't need it right now. We're going to build with what we need and what we're looking at for the next 20 years, based on growth, everything getting developed. And then if it gets to the point where that traffic increases, we will already have the plans to widen the outside.
And you will adjust the signal lights at Chaparral and Featherline.
Those will be, well, we're building them, obviously, as approved earlier. So we're going to have those signals there. Those are actually part of the Chaparral project to eventually get finalized mast arms instead of cables. But those signals will be active. It will be active within probably a year and a half.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Cagle, Mrs. Assistant City Managers and staff, and Mr. Zagers, the things that was requested, and it was a lot in our discussion, each council member, I think other than Alvarez, had given input on those items. Instead of just filling it, that's just, quit playing. It wasn't Alvarez. He worked for the city, so he up here on us. And they wanted some answers. So to me, it's just like putting everything together, working together. And I thank you, Mr. Cagle. I thank the assistant city managers, legal, everyone that had a say and input, and people we don't see that gave an input. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you for what you do, and that was a great update. Just keep our residents updated with these roadways. And one thing I want to say, even though we already planned for a road and we need money for the ones that have not been completed, can we not pull that money from the project since we can't get to it yet? Okay, like Willow Springs and different places, are we pulling money from different stocks? Okay, got it. That's all I had. I answered myself. Mr. Cagle, wrap it up for me.
I think I misspoke once to your question, Mayor, and
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like Mr. Zagers to clear it up. The signals at Chaparral, those are temporary span wire?
They're built, yeah, as a temporary span wire, so they'll be the ones hanging on the wooden poles with the cables. They'll be functioning, the cabinets will be permanent, they're in the location that are designed with the Chaparral project, so we won't have to move that stuff around. It'll be when the road gets widened, then you'll start seeing the steel poles go up and replacing the cables. All the wiring, all the controllers, that stays the same.
Okay, because I asked you that question.
Yes, ma'am, you did. And to wrap it up, we've got 4 remove and replace going on right now. We've never had one before. But all the projects that you saw tonight, all of this is under Mr. Zager. And that's only part of the work because his department is also over all the private development that's going on in the city too. And that's just as much as we have going here on the public side. It's a tremendous amount.
Well, thank you. Once again, thank you, council, for giving me your input on the items that I added to the agenda. Special thanks, shout out to Councilman Kendrick, really staying focused on the infrastructure, especially the roadway. And he is one of the council members. Everybody have their own thing, but one thing about him, if it's something broke down in the city, if it's a hole in the road, anywhere throughout Central Texas, if there's something wrong, I don't care, it don't have to be ours, it can be all in Harker Heights, he calling, want y'all to fix it. So he out there, and he is on top of it, so thank you for going beyond. You are an example for all council members, first time to come on board. And thank you for working with staff and staying engaged. You're great, awesome. That's it from us.
Thank you.
All right, can we get a motion to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I move
Wait
to
a minute.
adjourn.
Did somebody say something? Anybody else? Councilman Alvarez, quit trying to run. Mayor Pro Tem made the motion. Can we get a second? Second. And that's everybody. So we're gonna give it to Alvarez because he was up. All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned. Y'all play.